Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. Well, I'm in blue because we're landing on the moon. Houston, we don't have a problem. We are about to land on the moon live with an unmanned craft. This is very, very exciting afternoon. We're going to cover it live. Now, you could be sat on your own watching this on a website if you want, or you could be with the community that supports Intuitive Machines and LUNR, all here together. So where would you rather be? You can be on your own, or you can be watching it together. So here is the link. This is the feed. This is where we're going to pull the information from. And we're going to share this, watch this together, discuss together, and it's going to be a very exciting afternoon. Martini Racer. I want to thank Martini Racer for bringing this to me. I'd actually missed this one. It's been a very busy day doing 1,000 things, and Martini Racer said, hey, LUNR is going early. So I was going to go live at 2 o'clock, do the closing bell. Then we had an earnings, maybe later then it was going to go and do this, but I would have missed it. So Martini Racer, I appreciate you. Thank you so much indeed for letting me know. So I put together a show, got out the blue jacket. You like the blue jacket? Should we have a bit of space there? Look, you like that? That's a bit of space. That's a bit of space right there, isn't it? Right. So you could be watching it on your own, or you could be watching it here with the space community. Of course, we represent Virgin Galactic as well. They're not so bothered these days, but never mind. We love supporting great companies, great stories, of course, and we like supporting everything to do with space innovation and, of course, where we can all make some money as well, which is all very nice and indeed. So there we go. We're waiting for the feed to start. Let's have a look. So we'll as soon as we get the feed, we'll have it for you live. Let me bring in the comments here. Vincent Vosberg, nice look. You like that? Good stuff. Oh, it's on, Martini Racer. It's because of you it's on. Yes, it's because of you. Well, this helps to do. Will this help to do? I think it will help any space stock if this goes well. Of course, the reason for that is the sentiment of going into space looks more promising. If we've got the technology right for one company, doesn't mean the next company are going to have it right. But they share the sciences. Things all improved, generally. So it does mean there's more confidence. Joseph Spurgeon, good afternoon to you. Thanks for your subscription. So exciting. Dawn Potterus. I would like to put a big thank you out to Dawn Potterus, who has been doing a wonderful job, an absolutely wonderful job on her channel, our new channel. Let me just put this in a minute, see if I can do this. There you go. I'm going to add some beams and some atmosphere to the event. We got a great TikTok audience this afternoon. Welcome to all of you. Thank you very much indeed. If you want to get the 4K experience, better sound quality, be able to talk to all the investors, we're live on YouTube and Rumble. Click on the profile up here. You'll find all my links. You press the icon twice and you can come to my feed. You're looking on my phone at the broadcast. You're not getting the broadcast, but maybe you like that. Maybe you like the sort of side of the face looking at the screen look. I don't know. Anyway, so there we go. So exciting. So Dawn, a big shout out to Dawn. And I want to thank Dawn for all the great work she's done. Let me share with you. We've got a community now. Our first fan page. In fact, we've got a few, but it's the first one on X. It's called Investing Insights. And here it is. This is her page, look. She's got 28 members. She only launched it a few days ago, but I'm fully supporting it. I'm not in any way affiliated with this. I can't, I'm not an admin. I don't want to be. I want it to be nothing to do with me, but she does like my reviews, as others. So there you go. Let me give everybody the links. I'll just drop it into Rumble. There is the link for you guys if you want the link. Let me just get round the ads a minute. There's a couple of ads. Max H has been a member for 15 months.
Max H has become a member.
He's been a member now for 15 months. Absolutely awesome. Let me just skip the ad. There we go. I've just given the my Rumble audience Dawn's page if you want to get be another part of our community. But it's her community. But the Lucas aides are very heavily involved in it. I'll give it to everybody as well, just so everyone's got the link. Here it comes now. I'm just giving you the link now in the chat, so go and check it out. All right, there's the link. Everyone got the link, and I'll just show you again. So she's got all sorts of things called Investing Insights plus the Lucas Age, which is my army, and she finds all kinds of stuff, and I put a like on everything. Yes, I do. Whatever she puts out, I put a like on it because I'm supporting Dawn, and all my members are doing the same thing. So let me give it a little bit of a like there and help her grow. Some great reviews. So Dawn, thank you for all the work you're doing. It's absolutely fantastic, and I wish you all the best. Hey, look at this. There's some posts here I've not liked. How come? How come I missed that? I like to support everything you're doing. Get fully behind you. There you go. I think I've caught up now. Right, there we go. Any comments about the flight today? Let's have a quick look. We are running a poll. The poll is, would we be successful? Would we land on the moon? So let me share with you the poll. Would we land on the moon? So let's scroll down. There's the landing right there. So it's just below here somewhere. Would we land on the moon? Oh, there's... have you seen the video earlier? Oh, this is causing a stink on YouTube. I love it. I love it. You won't get away with nothing. Right. Nicola, scrolling down. Where is the post? It went out recently, but I put so many posts out. I'm busy all the time. It's a poll. Would we land on the moon? I thought it was higher than this. Flipping heck. I'll have to repost it by the looks of things. I think I'm going to have to repost it. It's just like, how long ago was this? Probably like 5 minutes ago. I got 5,000 posts in the last 5 minutes. Okay, we're not going to waste time going through that. I think what we'll do is we'll just put a post at the top. So we'll repost it now, and we'll ask you whether you think we're going to land on the moon. Is it going to be successful? So let me do the post right now. All right? Welcome to our lunar landing space station. You like all this? I need a bit more smoke. Let's have a bit more smoke, shall we? We'll come back to it in a second when there's a bit more smoke. We definitely need a bit more smoke. All right. Let's go over now to you're very welcome, Dawn. Anything to support all my members. Absolutely, always. We all grow together, right? That's what it's all about. Right, let me go into X and create a post. So here we go. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will save myself some time by pinching the post I just put out. There you go. I'll pinch that. I won't need there we go. Just did that a minute ago. So what I can do is we'll do a poll, and let's see what you think. Are we going to land successfully? So here we go. Let me put it in here. Lunar. Landing on the moon. We're landing on the moon. Walking on the moon, isn't it? Bit of... now, the question was, are you going to watch it alone or together with the lunar community? That was the question I put out earlier, live on YouTube. Let me space that out a little bit. I won't need that. Let me clear that away. Whoops, a daisy. Right, we should have a bit of smoke in the studio now. Let's have a look. There you go. What do you think of that? We're in space. We're ready to land on the moon this afternoon. Very exciting stuff. Like a bit of that. All the things could move as well if I want. If you say, go on, make a move, I'll make a move, you know. Anyway, let's keep our eye on the stock just for a minute. There it is. Now then, let's give you the link. Okay, now the question we're going to ask you is, will we land on the moon? How should I phrase this? How should I phrase it? Let's go back and have a quick look. So what should we do? Landing on the moon. Okay, here we go. The question is, will the mission be a success? There's the question. Please vote on poll. What do you reckon? Is it going to land or be good? And then what, of course, what happens after that? We're just going to leave it there? I mean, what happens then? Please vote in poll. So here we go. I'll make it nice and big. Will the mission be a success? Please vote in poll. And so it's simple. It's just yes or no. I'm not going to put an undecided because you have to go yes or no. All right. Yes or no. And what should we give it? Should we give it 2 hours? Yeah, 3 hours. There we go. 3 hours. Just to make sure any delays or anything like that. There you go. Because I know all about landing on the moon. I'm reckoning 3 hours. You know what I mean? All right, now then. Of course, you all want to vote on that now. Will the mission be a success? And if you've just tuned in, we've got the official broadcast here. You can sit on your own and watch it, or you can watch it together with the community. So there we go. We'll cover it all live as soon as it begins. We've got a bit of time, about 15 minutes, I think. Oh, hang on a minute. Start time. They've moved it back. They've just moved the time. 4 o'clock. So there we go.
Jason Davis has become a member.
Jason Davis, how are you? Well, that's not annoying. They've already moved the time back. So there we go. There we go. So 4-2. Yeah, we've got a bit of time, but hopefully they'll start earlier. They're just trying to tease us, right? So anyway, Jason Davis, welcome. Would everybody please welcome Jason Davis to the show? And as a family member, I will give you all your perks and benefits in just a moment. So bear with me. This is how you become a member if you want to. While you're waiting, here is the all links button where you can get our newsletter. We're about to give away $100 in cash as well. It's free to enter. You don't need to be a member for that. Here is Discord, though, if you want to speak to all the members 24/7, whenever you like, when I'm off air. There's the Discord server. Once you get through to the welcome all, it takes 10 minutes for security reasons. I will upgrade your account and so on and so forth. There is my stock twits, and there is my X account if you want to follow me there. And as a member, I will give you all your perks in a moment. Anyway, just bear with me. So here we go. Here is the poll. Will the mission be a success? Copy link. All right, so here we go. Will the mission be a success? And LUNR X poll, we'll call it that. Okay, there it is. Now go and vote. Leave me your thoughts. Let me give you the link. Here is the link in the chat. There we go. Let me go and give it to my Rumble audience who are watching this afternoon. Welcome to you. There you go. Let me go and give it to my Facebook audience and my Rumble audience and everywhere else. They're watching me. There you go. There is the link. There is the poll so far. 19 votes. That's pretty quick. Only a matter of minutes. We've got 19 votes already. And you're saying 94%. Yes. 94%. Congratulations. I hope the optimism pays off. I'm right with you. I think things are looking good today. Right, let's read some of the comments. Will this help with Sadu? Yes, it will. No doubt about it. We'll come back to the poll in a moment. So exciting. It is indeed. Does anyone have any ideas when the stock could go off if it lands? Well, you got to remember the stock price could actually sell off when it lands because you take your profits and then you do it all over again. I mean, that's how these things work, right? I mean, that could easily be the case. Anyway, maneuvers begin at 3:11, which is 2:11, which is in half an hour. Landing is expected at 4:24. Well, hopefully. We'll get some information sooner than later. Stock won't move, says Radiant Smile. NASA and SpaceX live feed begin at 3 p.m., which is 2 p.m. NASA and SpaceX live feeds. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do then. I will have some other feeds just in case. But let me have a look. So SpaceX. Let me have a little look. Let's make sure that we've covered all our bases. Here we go. So here is SpaceX. this is what we've got now. I mean, this is just old footage, but I will share it with you. We like to, share everything as much as we can. And there you go. There's some footage, right? This is past tense, but we will come back to it if it gets exciting, of course. We don't want to miss anything. As I say, I'll bring you all the different feeds, all the different links, all the community, everything here. If you watch it anywhere else, you'll be a nobody. You'll be sat on a YouTube channel where no one will pay any attention to you. Do you want that? Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe you'd rather go, yeah, I'd rather watch it on my own. I just want to sit on my own in a dark room. Maybe. I mean, fair enough, isn't it, really? Anyway, we'll keep our eye on SpaceX as well. Very exciting stuff. Now then, it'll probably get manipulated or something. Yeah, exactly. You probably have Marcus Bromley come on and do a review. He'll probably review one of the helmets, one of the space helmets, and say, "Oh, space helmets rubbish." I don't know, and try and ruin it. Anyway, really, that's surprising. Wow, Liam. I don't know what really is now. I've lost the context. Hope all goes well and makes some money. Max H. Celebrating his membership today. Thank you, says Dawn Potterish. You're very, very welcome. Vincent Vosberg. Hi, Martin. Please, are they contracting with SpaceX? It was launched on SpaceX, so that's why I guess SpaceX are covering it. Became a member, Jason Davis. Now, Jason, as a member, you get a badge, so we recognize you as a member. We have members-only live streams. We have members-only videos. There's members-only chats. You can request a poll. You can do a question for the audience. You can ask me to review a stock. You can ask me to cover an earnings. Many, many perks and benefits. In my studio every Friday night, tomorrow night, I do a live concert. You can have a free request. We also celebrate your birthday. People pay me $500 just to do birthday requests in my studio. They get to keep the video. You get that for free. Many, many perks you get as a member. So welcome to the family. Would everybody please welcome Jason to the family? What country are you in? Because we have members in 58 countries. I can speak to you in your language and fly your flag if we don't already have it covered. You set 3 days. You said 3 days. William, I'm not sure what that means. 21.8 million, Joseph Spurgeon. Thank you, Joseph. That information means they aren't ready. I guess so. Oh, I guess they're not ready, yeah. I guess they probably don't know that I'm streaming it. So they probably, don't realize the importance of being on time. Because you know me, I like being on time. Kevin B. Kevin B. I want to thank you for your super chat earlier. I've had a very, very busy last few days. And these big YouTubers trying to inflate their own egos and make themselves money with disregard to investors and manipulating stock and lying just to make money. And I get really angry about it. And I've been making lots of videos and doing lots of research to debunk. That's my job, to bring news and debunk the falseness of it all. And I really do appreciate your $10 super chat. I came into the show and I saw that you gave me a tip. So thank you very much for your tip. It's very much appreciated. I can't thank you enough, really. So thank you. Thanks for your content. You're welcome. Stock is actually going to go below 9, says Radiant Smile. We're at $9 right now. There you go. We're waiting for the feeds to begin. It's got a bit of time to go. What else have we got here? Wonderful. Driving and have you in my car. Can't wait to check it out. Jason Davis, thank you very much indeed. Lovely. Drive safely. Loving the blue, Martin. Yeah, we're in space, right? We're in space today. I don't know why. It's black in space, really, isn't it? I should have just worn a black jacket. Anyway, this will be interesting as we're getting live landing feed or telemetry. Are we getting live landing feed or telemetry? I don't know. We'll find out. It's a lot better than Virgin Galactic, though, right? And much, much better. They're doing it properly. Anyway, so how high you think the stock could go? I've no idea. It doesn't make any money right now. It's just really, unknown quantities. We've done an evaluation on this, and it's hard to value the company yet. You mentioned a 3-hour poll. 3 days? Did I say it for 3 days? Oh, no, did I? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because people will know when it lands, right? Thank you ever so much. At least now it's not going to run out, right? At least the poll's not going to run out if they're late. I mean, if they're late 3 days, I'll just sit here for 3 days. I'll just stay. I just won't go off air for 3 days. All right, there you go. So what do we have? We have a poll running on X. Let me give you the link again. It's looking very, very nice. And it says 91.4% are saying yes, 58 votes. Very nice indeed. So we like that. How many people are watching? Let's have a quick look. How many people are watching this afternoon? We'll go through and have a quick look. 894 views in the last 60 minutes. I've never hit 1,000 for a normal show. When we had, this is probably different. This is special, I guess. Well, it is special, but I've never done LUNR. I'm just starting to do LUNR videos now. So I'd love to see it go to 1,000 views, and it looks like it probably will, which is very, very exciting. 889 at the moment. Subscribers, we're doing 1,000 a week now, and it's about to go more than that. We're nearly 200 now. We did 17,000 last night. In about 3 hours' time, I think we'll be at 17.2, which will be 200 in 24 hours. So we're now going up to more like 1,400 subscribers a week. Well, our rate of growth is just accelerating. It's very, very exciting, I have to say. Very, very exciting indeed. All right, then. So it's a very quiet crowd at the moment. I think it's because you all know there's not a lot going on. Only 56 people at the moment tuned in for the launch. But it's very quiet. I guess it's because there's a bit of time to go and you'd rather not sit around, which is fine, but I'm not going anywhere. It's called Early Bird Catches the Worm. That's my philosophy. In about 3 hours, the whole world will be searching for it, and I'll already be live trending on YouTube by then. Oh, yeah. Also known as the Funny Man, Vincent Vosberg. USA, Jason Davis, thank you for updating us. Hi, Martyn. Why lunar mission caused the crush of Virgin Galactic? Well, Virgin Galactic is exactly what I said. I said Virgin Galactic would go down to $1.28. I probably, as we're doing this now, I should probably just doing it. I should actually do it. So what time did I go live? 1:30, 25 minutes. Yeah. 25 mins, SPCE. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Right. Virgin Galactic, breaking news. Very, very bad sign for Virgin Galactic. I've been saying for ages, the stock can go down to $1.28. Well, it looks like it's going to happen sooner than later. The stock should be surging right now because we are. The reason why I'm in blue is unlike Virgin Galactic, Intuitive Machines, LUNR, know how to market their business. And we are doing it properly today. We're about to land on the moon. So other space stocks are going up. Why is Virgin Galactic going down? Well, it's all because several reasons. First of all, we had a great earnings last night with Nvidia. The whole market is up today. Everything's fantastic. Look, let me share with you my portfolio. Look, we're going up again today. This is my overall portfolio, up again today, breaking records, 70,000 now, 852, consistently, doing well. But Virgin Galactic, sadly, is going down today, which is a really bad sign because the overall market's up, space is up, LUNR, Intuitive Machines is about to land on the moon with an unmanned spacecraft. And I think what it all comes down to is money is moving out of Virgin Galactic, going into much more aggressive companies that want to market themselves properly. It's a shame because Virgin Galactic is one of my favorite stocks. I still believe in it. I just don't believe in the management, and they do not take criticism lightly. I spoke to Eric Kearney, and me and Eric Kearney now don't speak. He decided to ignore me after I criticized the way they're handling things. That's fine. We're continuing to grow. We're doing 1,000 subscribers a week. In fact, now we're down to up to 1,400 subscribers a week. We're growing. We're still here for Virgin Galactic, but Virgin Galactic isn't there for itself. It's a great shame. Virgin Galactic should be up to date, but it's not. The other issue with Virgin Galactic, of course, today is we've got the earnings in 4 days' time, and everyone is expecting a huge miss. The same thing happened for Nvidia. It went down just before the earnings and popped, but I don't see how Virgin Galactic is going to make money on this earnings. Anyway, there's my thoughts today on Virgin Galactic as we are covering Intuitive Machines. It should be up today. Markets are up. Sentiment is up. Interest rates will be coming down in the summer. We've got great news for space today with LUNR, but it's not. Money is moving out of Virgin Galactic. I said a few months ago it's going down to $1.28. It looks like that's going to happen sooner than later. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know, but it's not looking good. A stock like this today should not be down on a day like this. Anyway, there's just a little update on Virgin Galactic as we get back to our live stream of Intuitive Machines. Click above your head for the links down below in the description. And we are covering the earnings. It's going to be a very important earnings call. And the future flight will be there as we always have been. We've never gone anywhere. And all the videos are down here that you might need. Till next time, as always, good luck to LUNR. Let's hope they land. It will be good for all space stocks. Should be good for space, but it isn't. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. All right. Intuitive. Hope Virgin goes to 50 cents. I hope so too, says Radiant Smile. That's a bargain until it's robbery. Yep, to the moon. Yep, says Vincent Vosberg. William PMCD. When will it go up? SORQO. What are you talking about? Wow, 1,000 a week. You got this, brother. Well, it's more like 1,400 a week now. It's going up. It's been 1,000 a week now for about 10 days, 2 weeks. It's now moving up to 14. If we get to 17,200 within the next 3 hours, then we are starting at then we are going into the 1,400 a week. So let me share with you. Has it moved? 148, 150, 50 to go, and we've got 3 hours. So this could be 1,400 subscribers a week. I mean, it's gaining speed literally every minute. Anyway, hey all, Vitautus, good afternoon. When stock going up? Which stock is that? Are you referring to? Let's have a look. Let's go back to our live feeds. We haven't got any major feeds yet. We just got repeats on everything. Let me share with you what we've currently got. This is SpaceX. This is how it was launched. This could make me 1,000 air, Vincent Vosberg. That'd be nice. Any general comments of nuclear or hydrogen in the UK, Europe, USA, or elsewhere? I've got some comments with hydrogen. Plug is a great company. Plug is a great company. However, we have proved it live on the show that Russian oligarchs and Russian scammers tried to come into my show, manipulate the show. Numbers went crazy, trying to manipulate the stock, and it's a great shame. We don't want those Russian crooks buying the stock. It's an American company. But that's what they're trying to do and manipulate it. It's actually quite disgusting what's happening. But there it is. So hydrogen is a great company, and the Plug is the biggest, most successful of that. And some very bad people are trying to influence the stock. And we've proven it on the show. So it's very upsetting to see that going on. But there it is, and I proved it. So no doubt about it. SPCE, short SPCE. Margin, says Valentine C. This is how we got, of course, into space with LUNR. It was launched on SpaceX. It wasn't launched, of course, on Starship, which is what they're showing at the moment. This is just some B-roll. We're waiting for it to start, but this isn't how it was launched. It was done on Falcon. I think it'll be below $1 soon, Vincent Vosberg. It could very well be. they're just shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, people have said, are they doing it on purpose? I like to always be optimistic and positive. I can't see it, but it does look that way. It does look like Eric Kearney doesn't take any criticism at all. And the fact he was working at GameStop during the GameStop nonsense at the time, and when he first spoke to me, sort of grinned that you could influence a stock. And I thought, why are you saying these things? Why are you saying these things? But anyway, as I've reported on many occasions, earnings going to be ugly. Yes, I agree. You reply by a quick review video. I feel myself VIP. I answer all the questions for my members. It's what we do. Absolutely, it's what we do. I try to support people as much as possible. In my opinion, I lose 15,000 on Virgin Galactic. Yeah, I've lost about 35, 40 grand on Virgin Galactic. I'm in the hole, but dollar cost average or IDC, it's money I'm prepared to lose. Ouch, says MSK. Yes, I'll hold and forget, to be honest. Virgin Galactic will come back in 10 to 15 years. Well, hopefully. Radiant smile. Rich man then, says MSK. ASTS is my hope right now. Intuitive. We're waiting. Let me go back to the live feed. It's still the same. Hasn't changed. We are trying to keep you entertained while we're waiting. I hope you appreciate the light. You know, it's we're just waiting, basically. Anyway, I'm comfortable, says Radiant Smile. That's good to know. Thank you. Can you comment on how HYLA is currently harvesting their hydrogen? I don't know. I've got no knowledge of that at all. I wish I had, but I don't. One day, though, Radiant Smile. D. Marcus Rosa, good afternoon to you. Randy B, hi all. Vaz, blue, 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 blue. Blue, because we're in space today. We're in space today, and that's why I am wearing blue. What's going on with Sadu? Shall we have a quick look? Shall we have a quick look at Sadu as well? Probably not a bad idea. Let's have a little look. Let's open up Sadu as well. All space stocks should do well today, especially if it lands successfully. Sadu, yep, Sadu is up. The very opposite of Virgin Galactic. Look at that. Yep, Virgin Galactic, Sidus Space is up as well. Very, very nice indeed. That's good. It's a good value price now, though. What's going on with Sadu? Wait for mid-sevens to buy into LUNR. Well, the trouble is you can't give it a valuation, I'm afraid. It's all very well saying wait for sevens, but why? Why not 6? Why not 5? You know, the charts don't tell you enough. We don't have enough information. So it's very difficult to value it at the moment. Wait for the mid-sevens to buy, says Leo Sudbury. LUNR will sell off until landing. I have double my investment in stop losses. I mean, Radiant Smile. Who was it who said that? Radiant Smile. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It could sell off before the landing because things could go wrong. It's already ramped up. People have made profits. Now they're taking their profits. And then, of course, if it goes up, if it lands, you buy back, obviously. I have doubled my investment in stop loss. MSK, any news on Sadu? Nothing new to give to you, I'm afraid. Sellers really want me to let go of the wrap shares. I have 1,370. I actually reached out today to wrap. As you know, I've had the CEO on the show and his assistant secretary, I believe, JD, and I'm hoping to learn more soon. I've asked for an update. What are your thoughts on Money Hero? Jason Davis, what are your thoughts on Money Hero? Jason Davis, is that a stock? I've never researched that. I've never heard of that. Money Hero. What is that? I've got no idea what that is. Time for a super chat, says Super Chat. Well, always time for a super chat, isn't it? Martin, my girlfriend's watching for the first time. She doesn't believe you interact with your viewers. Vaz, I answer everybody's questions. If it gets too busy, of course, then I'll go to members only. But yes, I do reply to everybody. Absolutely. I answer every single comment on YouTube. I reply personally to, if you are a member. If you're not a member, I can't. But if you're a member, I do. Can't believe Virgin Galactic Virgin Galactic is king. Back down to 150. Says Radiant Smile. It could go to 128. Not that you asked, but one of those Galaxy Space ambient lamps would be perfect. Galaxy Space ambient lamps. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. If Lunar succeed, I expect space down more. But if Lunar fail, you think it will be any fat harder? I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you rephrase that, please? James, good afternoon. Good evening, Martyn and Lucas family. I hope everyone is happy and well. I might toss another $5,000 to space if it hits 50 cents. Live stream for SpaceX and NASA, not for another 2 hours. Landing in 3 hours. So we've been put back again. Hey, what is your price expectation for lunar land to the moon? Vaz, tell your girlfriend all women are the same. You're a kind man, Martyn. Good job. I do my best. I try my best. Okay, let's have a little look. No updates yet. Still the same time than it was a few moments ago. Now then. What will Lunar go to? Well, that's a very, very good question. Very good question. I've no idea. We're waiting for an update. Let's go now over to their X account. This is what we had. This was 3 hours ago. Let me update this and see if there's anything new. I don't think there is. I think we're just in a holding pattern. We're waiting now. Oh, 30. Here we go. 39 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. Here's some information just in 39 minutes ago. And flight controllers chose to exercise an additional orbit before starting the IM-1 mission landing sequence. The new anticipated landing time is 5:24. 5:24. So we're now at 2. So it's going to land in 3 hours. However, they will start broadcasting before it lands, obviously. So we've got a bit of time. So shall we get the Scrabble out? Shall we get the Scrabble out? What do you reckon? Very interested to see the type of live stream. Getting live feed on the moon would be great. Well, we're going to cover it all here. It's a stock. Yes. I don't know. Jason Davis, as a member to my channel, you can have a review of a stock and request that I do, if I'm able to, the earnings for it. It's a free perk. However, at the moment, because the free list is so long, I can't take your request because I've got 70 reviews to do. And each one is a full, like up to an hour long of research and making a video. And that doesn't sound too bad. A lot of YouTubers, they will have a team of editors and it will take them days to make a video. I actually make them live. So as fast as I talk is as quick as it takes to make the video. And that includes all the effects, B-roll. I do it all live. But if you do want a review, you can super chat just like Vaz has done, and it'll be booked in for tomorrow. I can only fit one more in tomorrow because tomorrow morning we're doing Desktop Metal. That's for Kevin B. Then we have Nano Dimensions. That's also Kevin B. He's bid twice. And then we have Life Sciences for Paul Knowles. So I could do one more tomorrow, but that will be it. That would be it. I wouldn't be able to do any more until Monday then. All right, so whoever super chats next will get their review tomorrow. If not, back on Monday. Now, if I have no super chatted reviews, then I will do the free ones. But at the moment, I can't get to them because everyone's super chatting me. All right. Okay. LUNR to $15, says S. Rose. Let's go back to our poll. We have a super chat just come in. Could you give a shout out to my girlfriend, please? Her name is Osreen. Oz Shrine. Oz Shrine. Oz Alshrine. Alshrine, is that right?
Could you give shout out to my girlfriend, please? Her name is Osrine. Oh Shrine. Thanks. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Oshrine. Oshrine, yes, a shout out to your girlfriend. In fact, I'll do one better than that. If you join me tomorrow night, it's 2 hours from now, tomorrow, on my music channel, I will do a request for you. As a member, you've just become a member, so you get the first request for free. So here is my music channel. It's on the homepage of this channel. It's in the chat now. I've just given it to you. If you join me tomorrow night, 2 hours from now, there is the link. I will do a song for your girlfriend. That's Alshrine. She can choose one of 650 songs in several languages, in 14 different voices. I can sound like Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra. I can do Ed Sheeran, Paul McCartney, Elton John, Pavarotti, Andre Bocelli, Eric Clapton, Michael Bolton. Lots of different voices. I can sing in those voices. And tomorrow night, I will do a request for you, and you can get to keep the video as well. I will give you copyright so you can have it. Just part of the service as you're a member to my channel. All right. And Vaz, what country are you from? What is your native language, Vaz? Kevin B. LUNR to 15. The stock I requested in October is up 60% already. Fantastic. Do you think it will ever, yes or no? What, go to 50? There's no way of valuing the stock right now. We can guess, but that's just guessing. We're not guessers, we're investors. And if you want to look at, I think I've done a review. Let me just have a quick look. If you go, I'll show you how you do this. I'll do this in real time so you can see what I'm doing. If you go to YouTube, all right, like this. If you go to YouTube and you type in here, oh, look, there's my Lady in Red. Look, have you seen that? I did the Lady in Red pop video. Anybody ever see that? Anyway, if you go here and you type Martyn Lucas and you go LUNR, the ticker symbol, you will see if I've done, there you go. We're on the home, there's on the home page right now. What's that? Engagement rate is a measure of delivery. Wow. 1100% engagement rate. Look at that. Flipping heck. That's the highest I've ever seen. Didn't know you could have more than 100%. Anyway, so let's have a look. Did I do a full analysis on the stock? Yes. I did it 2 months ago. It actually needs to be updated. I need to do a new one. It hasn't been done for a while. So if anybody wants me to do a new review of it, I can. I can book one more in tomorrow, the first person who does it. But I don't think I have an analysis. I have the news. Let's have a look and see where I rank. Top channel for this search term. Oh, not Martyn Lucas. That's cheating. LUNR stock. LUNR stock. We only started covering this about, 2 weeks ago? LUNR stock. LUNR stock. In incognito mode. Top channel for the search term. There you go. I'm number 2. We just started doing it. We'll be number 1, I would imagine, by tomorrow after this stream. But there you go. We rank number 2 for the stock on Google and YouTube. Very, very good indeed. I kind of own the space. Look, there you go. Right. Anyway, that's how you find out about the reviews.
Can you sing Tears in Heaven?
I absolutely can do Tears in Heaven. And thank you very much, King Maxi. I will do it. Are you coming tomorrow night to the concert? Do you want to hear a little snippet as we're waiting? As we're waiting, do you want to hear a tiny little bit? Do you want to hear a tiny little bit of Tears in Heaven? I actually did a tribute for Eric Clapton. I think it's on the channel. If you do this is how you do it. Look, Martyn Lucas, Martyn. Whoops, Tyn. We're just waiting for the flight, folks. Martyn Lucas, and you go Eric Clapton. I think I did a tribute. He was touring Canada. Eric Clapton. Right, let's have a look. There you go. Yeah, I did a tribute. So if you type in Martyn Lucas, Eric Clapton, you'll find a couple that's back on tour. There you go. Do you want to hear a little bit of Tears in Heaven? All right. I'll give you a tiny little clip. We've got Eric Clapton on the screen as well. I think is Eric on the screen with this one? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is Eric on the screen? I thought I had him on the screen. Didn't I have him on the screen? Do you want to hear a tiny little bit? I'll find my way through night and day, 'cause I know. There you go, just a little bit. I just can't stay here in heaven. There you go. I have to pause it because of the copyright, but there. So yes, I can do that, and I'll do it for you tomorrow night live in the show, just for your girlfriend perhaps. All right, and just to show you, there are no camera tricks. All right, just in case you're wondering, if I just turn on my echo, nothing else, no special effects, just my echo. Listen, hello. That's all there is. A bit of echo, and I'll do it live. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? There you go. I do 14 different voices. That's just one of them. All right, there you go. So now you know it's real, right? No tricks here. Okay, now we're waiting. If you've just tuned in, we are waiting for the flight, the landing on the moon. You can watch it, of course, on your own on a website with no interaction, or you can watch it with us here in the community. Share the story, and I'll tell you what we're going to do, though, because we want LUNR to get some publicity. We want LUNR to get some publicity to the world, right? So there's 79 watching right now. We've got 18 likes. That's rubbish. You ready? Let's see if we can get the likes up to at least 50. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 31. I reckon we can do better than 31. We're on 77. I reckon we can get to 50. I tell you what, we'll make it easy. Just only because I want to go back to the live feed. Let's call it 40 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 32. I want one more. I want one more. Even if you don't like the stream, tap the down like. I don't care what you do. If you don't like it, tap the down like. We're not about subscribers or likes. We're about building the most honest, engaged channel. That's what we want. All right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 40! We smashed it. Excellent stuff. Thank you ever so much indeed, everybody. I am loving it. Right then. Let's go back to the live feed. As you can see, there's no update yet. We're still waiting. Now then, as we are here and we have the opportunity to answer a few questions, let me just continue that just for a second. I just noticed somebody in the channel I want to recognize. S. Rose, I'm with you. You main, what's up? Doodle Bob. Hello, Doodle Bob. Not sure what that means. Ed Nevius, here he is. Ed Nevius. Now, Ed Nevius is an expert at scalp trading. He provides great scalp opportunities every morning. He pops into the show, he presents a stock, and it's very exciting. You can make a lot of money very quickly, and he provides all the charts, information, and the whole community around it. Remember, we're not sponsored. We're not here to manipulate stock. I don't even own any stock. I only own the S&P. And I'm happy to share that. If anyone wants to see how much I own, I will share it on the screen right now. That's my full bank account. All the money I have in the world is on my one account here, so you know it's true, okay? Ed Nevius every morning shows some great scalp trades. Now, if you want to be part of it, it's on our Discord server. Here's the Discord server. It takes 10 minutes to sign up and come through. It's completely free. However, the Discord server is free. There's lots of free channels, but the channel where Ed is in is one of our members' channels, and it's free for the YouTube members. Another one of the many perks that you get. And let me just share with you how good it is. This is how good and how successful these are. You can make a lot of money with this. This is Ed Nevius's tips and Ed Nevius's education. Look, these are the... in fact, Ed, are you just using the education one? Because if you are, I'll delete this one. Yeah, you're only using the education one. So I'll tell you what I'll do, Ed. I'll delete this one. There's no point having both. Delete this channel. There we go. No point having both. Right, so we've got just the... where is it? Ed Nevius's education, okay? If you go in here, look, you can see all the charts, the positions, everyone's talking and engaging with Ed. Really good stuff, and he'll share what he's doing, and different members are asking questions. This is all free. This is just another one of those YouTube members' perks. So anyway, I want to thank Ed Nevius for all the work he does on this. It's absolutely fantastic. Ed Nevius's education. Yeah, I'll just leave it. What should I put? Ed Nevius's. I'll change it to tips, so it's a small, so it fits. Ed Nevius tips. There you go. I'll change it to that. That would be better. It will fit better. All right. Okay. Ed Nevius's tips. There you go. It fits better now. Great channel. Really, really good. Just part of the service that you get. And I just want to thank Ed for doing that. I wanted to take the chance and the time to thank him for doing that. Absolutely brilliant. Anyway, let's, where am I? Completely forgot where I am there for a minute. There we go. Back to Intuitive Machines. Stock going nowhere at the moment, just going sideways as expected. We've got more questions. Is she from Germany as well? Yes. What is the language? Nailed it. Thank you, Vaz. You're welcome. Vincent Vosberg, 30, LUNR 15 in your opinion. I can't give it a valuation. You know, I'm not going to guess. People want to guess. And let me explain to you why we can't guess. Okay. We're not guessers, right? I'm an investor. If I go here, LUNR, let me share with you using the most advanced algorithmic software. This is what I use, okay? And all my members can get a free plan of this as well. So let me share with you, right? This is the software we're looking at right now. LUNR at the moment is undervalued by 60%. So it appears to be cheap. It's worth $23. You're asking how much it's worth? 15 bucks? Well, I'm telling you it's probably worth $23. However, this is our valuation. However, the valuation is done, it's unreliable, only using multiples, but as we do not have any DCF valuation. So even though it looks undervalued, and it might well be, we can't confirm that. So you want to know if it's worth 15 bucks, it could be worth 23 on the base case. Best case, 24. Worst case, 22. But we're missing metrics, so we cannot say what it's actually worth. Just a guess. It's a guess with the best information that we have to hand at the moment. I will run it through the computer in real time, back test, analyzing, and the valuation back test, profit 77%, correlation 43%, how accurate the price is. to its valuation. That's in real time. We've got 49 million in revenue, but we've got no more projections than that. Until we report on the next earnings, we can't tell you anything. The balance sheet is 103 million in assets, but 422 million in liabilities. So the balance sheet isn't very good, but we have 40 million in cash. In liabilities, we have no debt. We have no long-term or short-term debt, but we do have expenses right now. Going to the moon costs money. We're spending money. All right? So the balance sheet isn't great. The efficiency isn't great. The gross margins, all of this isn't great. The profitability of the company is 26. We're not making any money yet. So we can't say with certainty what it's worth. Solvency score, 26%. It could go bust. If we crash today on the moon, they're going to run out of money really quickly. All right? Because they're not going to get any money for crashing on the moon. All right? And maybe Yogi Bear will come round and go, "Oi, boo-boo, you've just landed on the moon and made a right mess. Are you going to put that in the bin?" And they'll charge them 50 quid. They'll go, "Oi, your rocket's blown up, stick it in the bin." They'll be out of pocket even more, right? So, but Wall Street, they give it a downside of 41%, but a 10% upside if it's worth $10, if we can get to $10. So it's very, very hard to see at the moment. Okay? There's no real there's no inside trading. No one's buying on the inside. No one's selling on the inside. There is significant short interest though, 11.98. Okay? 11.98. So there is short interest. Now, you will see, there is my review 2 months ago. If you want to look at the full review, you can. But there's very little news, very little sentiment around the stock. Not a great deal to talk about. So we can't give an accurate valuation. I know you want me to. You want me to say it's all great, but you can, if you want that, then go and watch Meet Kevin or Graham Stepan, or now we've got Mr. Brownlee coming in, influencing stocks. So at the end of the day, there's YouTubers who will tell you whatever you want to hear to get you to watch their videos. I won't do it because I'm not about subscribers or views. I'm about information. We are watching tomorrow. Great, Vaz. Tune in tomorrow and I'll do the songs for you and your lovely lady. So here we are awaiting a live stream from the moon, and Virgin Galactic can't keep us happy with a live stream from 85 kilometers. Yeah, I know, Lil Blighter. Tell me all about it. We've just been talking about it a few moments ago. It's Virgin Galactic shoot themselves in the foot every time. Very, very sad. Vaz is German. Okay. Vaz is German. So here we go. Vaz is German. Let me do this now. So what I'm going to do is go into here. English, German. Welcome, Vaz, and your lovely lady to the show. I look forward to you both joining me tomorrow night on the music channel, where I will have the great pleasure of singing your favorite song to your lovely lady. Thank you for being here, and welcome to everybody in Germany.
Begrüßen Sie Watz und Ihre reizende Dame bei der Show. Ich freue mich darauf, dass Sie beide morgen Abend zu mir auf dem Musikkanal kommen, wo ich das große Vergnügen haben werde, Ihrer reizenden Dame Ihr Lieblingslied vorzusingen. Vielen Dank, dass Sie hier sind, und willkommen an alle in Deutschland.
I just was told, actually, you want it in Lithuanian. Let's see if I can do it.
Sveiki atvykę į serialą, Vaza ir jūsų mieląją ponę. Laukiu jūsų abiejų prisijungiant prie manęs rytoj vakare per muzikos kanalą, kur man bus didžiulis malonumas dainuoti jūsų mėgstamiausią dainą jūsų mielai paneliai. Ačiū, kad esate čia, ir sveiki visi.
Vítejte vás a vaši milou dámu v show, těším se, že se ke mně oba připojíte zítra večer na hudebním kanálu, kde budu mít velké potěšení zaspívat vaší milé dámě vaši oblíbenou píseň. Děkuji, že jste zde. A vítám všechny.
All right. Beautiful voice. Thank you so much indeed. Eric's right over here. Layla. Yes, a bit of reverb sounds great. My girlfriend just saw the snip. That's someone said, yeah. Translators. Oh dear. Can you answer this, mate? Rivian sold 165 million shares today, 500% more than average daily, but stock is flat. Can we answer that question? That's a good one. I don't know the answer to that. I haven't been watching Rivian today. What I do know is that Rivian is losing, I think it's $300,000 per car. It's not as bad as Lucid, but it's losing a heck of a lot of money. I haven't reviewed it, Buckaroony, for a long time. What's the link to watch it now? What, Tears in Heaven? You want to watch Tears in Heaven? What, this one here? You want to go and watch Tears in Heaven now? Okay. All right. Tears in Heaven. I did 2. I think there's Tears in Heaven. Yeah, there's Eric Clapton on the screen. There he is. You know my name. There you go. I'll give you the link. Make sure that you subscribe to my music channel. All right, make sure you do that. I'll give you the link then, shall I? And if you want to promote the song, see that there? It's called a super thanks. If you click on that, you can do a super thanks. It highlights the video. It gets YouTube to promote it, and I will pin your comment to the top so everyone can see it. And you can say hello from Germany. Anyway, share the link, copy. There you go. Let me give you the link for Tears in Heaven. There you go. I'll give it you 3 times in the chat so you can see it pop up. Right. Go, 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 Vitaltus. Oli, that's really good. Tears in Heaven, one of my favourite songs. Which voice is your favourite? Well, I don't know. Michael Jackson's quite fun. Michael Bolton from the 80s. I'm pretty good at Andre Bocelli as well. Quite a few. I also enjoy doing Tony Bennett, San Francisco. Thank you, Mr. Martin. I just try to help. Oh, Ed, you did a superb job. How do I join Ed on Discord? That's from Ricardo Vasquez. Ricardo, are you a YouTube member, Ricardo? Yes, you are. It's on Discord. You go on a Discord, go into Welcome All. I will upgrade your account as you are a YouTube member, and you'll be able to see. There is the Discord link. Okay, there is the Discord link. How many Lithuanians do we have in here? I don't have any member from Lithuania yet. We do not have Lithuania. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Beg your pardon, we do. If you come into the Welcome All channel, once you've signed in, I will upgrade you. This is the Welcome All. So, Ricardo, if you come in here, I'll say, hi, Ricardo. I will upgrade your account. All right? You need to come into there. All right? It's completely free as you are a YouTube member already. Okay? Fantastic. We'll post videos on technicals and subject. Oh, that'd be awesome, Ed. Absolutely fantastic. Love you, mate. Love you too, Ed. You do such an amazing job. Rocket Lab and Astra Space are falling. Intuitive is falling now. The delay isn't doing any good, but that's okay. That presents opportunity. When we'll get crypto fundamental analysis? Sensei does that. I don't do crypto, as you know. Sensei, if landing is successful, I think 20 to 30 is a possibility. This is Martyn Racer. Martyn Racer owns 8.1% of Cyberspace. He is the biggest retail investor for Cyberspace. He owns 8.1% of it. Intuitive is going down. Intuitive is going down because of the delay. But there's no bad news yet. All-time highs depending on how many shorts need to cover. Martini Racer, there you go. What do you think about Holo at the moment? Buy or sell, you should be out of the stock. You made like about 1,000% of it. If your money's still in there, I've no idea why. You should be out of it. Absolutely crazy. It has no value at all. It's just it got pumped and you should have been out of it a while ago. Reddit filed to go public through an IPO. Thank you, Niels. Ed, what is tomorrow's? He doesn't know yet, does he? Reddit plan to trade on, thank you, Niels. I wouldn't park my cash in Holo, but then again, not investment advice. I wouldn't park it. No, it was a pop. You got out. That was it. It's got no fundamental value. This will have a big short interest, says Niels. Rallo 1 tomorrow will scan and post, hopefully 7:30 Eastern time. There you go. Before the show starts, in the Discord group every morning, Ed Nevius. I think Ed Nevius is going to have the most popular channel on our Discord server. Once you come through to Discord, I'll upgrade you. I don't see anybody to be upgraded at the moment. Love the content. So I stumbled onto LUNR, but how to legitimately find the next opportunity like this had last week. Andrew, well, we go live up to 10 hours a day, every day. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm the world piano man. I've toured all over the world as an entertainer. I'm here to help people. This is my real money, my real shares. I own the S&P, nothing else. Just to be fully transparent, I have CEOs on my show. We talk to people, and every day we're joined by very large and small investors around the world, sharing real information that we relay to you. And so you're not getting false information, which we're trying to help people. So you just got to watch, study, ask questions. I review stocks. If you'd like to know what are the best stocks to buy at the moment, the easiest way of doing that is like this. I've done the work for you, not suggesting for a minute that this is the approach, but on the homepage of my channel, scroll down, Alpha Spread Stock Review. I have reviewed all of these companies in full detail. Oh, hang on a minute. I just realized that shouldn't be in there. That's the wrong, that video shouldn't be in there. Let me take that out of there a minute. That shouldn't be in there. So let me take you out of there. That's the update. Let me take that out of there. Just bear with me a second. That shouldn't be in there. Right, let me refresh the screen. That should disappear now. Yes, it has. Right. So what we've got here are reviews. We just did a very sexy one a couple of days ago. We did Playboy. I was asked to do a Playboy analysis. And in these reviews, if I open up the whole playlist, you can see, in fact, what I will do is I'll open it up over here. We're still waiting for the flight, the landing. We're going to cover it all live. You're not going to miss anything. Let me give you it here. It's much easier to see. This is the full review, analyst review. Now, remember, I use the most advanced algorithmic software. Alpha Spread put all of my reviews above CNN, Bloomberg, Mad Money, because they're all biased, they're all paid. They have all of my reviews on their website, every single one, okay? And these are my reviews. I've now done 94 stocks. My God, I can't believe it. 94 companies I've reviewed in detail. And you can go down and look at your favorite stock and have a look. All right? There you go. They're all there for you. If you want this playlist, I'll give it to you. Share this. Copy. Here is review playlist. All right. And you can go through all of my stocks and you can see. And I'll also give you a link, if you're one of my members, the link to the software I use. You can get it for free using as a member of mine or a lifetime discount. Let me give you, there you go. I'll give it you 3 times so you can see it. I'll also give it to my guests watching today on Rumble. There's my Rumble audience. And here is my Facebook audience and Twitch audience. There you go. Make sure everyone's got it. Everybody got it? There you go. Very, very good indeed. So that is how you can establish what stocks are worth buying. And as a member, you can request stocks, and I'll do them for you. Let me give you the link if you want to become a member and get many, many more perks. Again, how I scalp gainers, not always, but I have a great win-loss rate. I never charge anyone. It's just my education. There you are. Ed Nevis provides it free on my server. I'm not German. Sorry, mate. I'm happy with my portfolio at the moment. I did it in Lithuanian and Czech Republic, though, to be fair. Now you are Vaz. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say. It's my 50th birthday and my mum's 78th. I don't celebrate birthdays. Buckaroony, you say you don't celebrate birthdays, but would you like us to do it for you now? One of the perks as a member to my channel is you get a birthday treat. Would you like it? And if not for you, would you like it for your mum? We've got time. Would you like your birthday treat? Okay. Veland Dank, says Mike Shipley. Actually, give away more and support Martyn's channel. So yes, I contribute to giveaways. Next one coming soon. It's a surprise. Martyn doesn't even know. Martyn has no idea what's going on here. Buckaroo, shame for you. We will celebrate anyway. It was Lithuanian. LUNR predictions. I've given you all the information I can. Niels, happy birthday. Is anyone a platinum investor yet? No. We have no platinum investor. No. We have sponsorship investors. We have gold investors, silver and bronze, but we do not have any investor level. No. Happy birthday, Buckaroony. This is the best channel I found today. Awesome. Jason Davis, you're very welcome. But why words is my word, the bond is a bond, and never forget a promise is a promise, says Ed Nevitt. That's right, I'm the same, mate. Everyone sold it off. This is the best channel I found to date. Great job. Thank you. My pleasure. My aim is to be the best. That's and most real. Thanks, Martyn. Definitely watching tomorrow. Shame she can't dance as she got a broken leg. Opening a bottle of wine and watching the World Piano Man. Yes, I'm the World Piano Man. Go and check out the videos.
Will Dollar Hollow hit $20 again, worth buying a dip?
Will Hollow hit $20 again? Well, it's very, very hard to say because there's no real news. There's no real valuation. There's just hype and influence. So what we can do, Angel Riviera, is just constantly watch it and cover it live. And if we get a huge amount of volume coming in, it can last all day. So we've got Ed Nevius. That's what he does with his scalp trades because it is a scalp trade, absolutely. It's not a swing trade. You want to be in and out within minutes. And if at the moment something happens, all of our viewers watching will alert me to go to it and we'll cover it. And if the volume's right and the news is right, then yes, there's an opportunity. So yes, it may happen again, but it's not because of any fundamentals. It's because of hype and manipulation. But yeah, it's opportunity to make money if you like going into a casino. That's not my style of investing. That's gambling, but you can. Would you be able to give a preliminary briefing of NU before the earnings call? King Maxi, was it you who asked for NU earnings? I don't know if we're going to be able to cover it because it's now overlapping with the landing on the moon, and landing on the moon is bigger. What I can do, King Maxi, is, as I understand it, it's actually a recorded presentation. I can go and record it and replay it if that's the case. But I was looking at it earlier. It might even be in Spanish, which wouldn't make much sense to most of my audience. But I've got it set to do it, but I don't know if we can do it because of the time of the of this lunar lander, and obviously that's what we're focused on right now. I'll lend my voice to an Australian translator, Jason Fallon. I would love it. I would love it. Okay, how many Lithuanians are here? Well, it's me. Vaz, best success on the channel, Mr. Lucas. You work hard for it. Thank you so much. Sidhu is up 5%, $4.19. It's just moving. Sidhu is up. Look, Sidhu is moving. Sidhu space is moving. There you go. Sidhu is starting to move. The moon will be here tomorrow. King Maxi, you're funny. The moon will be here tomorrow. The moon will be here tomorrow, but the event won't be here tomorrow. As I say, King Maxi, if I can cover it, I will. I've got it planned to cover it. But if I can't, I can't. We're waiting for this mission to begin. And also, as I say, if I do miss it, I can record it and still broadcast it. All right? So I don't think you're going to miss anything. Sensei only does technical analysis. 850. It's tanking. Let's have a look. Yes, I'm afraid it is going down. It's because of the time delay. I got into LUMN, Lumen. Now I want to hear Michael Jackson. You want to hear Michael Jackson? Jason Davis, if you want to hear Michael Jackson, you got to give me a super chat. I can't do it without a super chat. If you want to hear Michael Jackson, I will do Michael Jackson right now. And it sounds just like Michael Jackson. I'm not messing around. I will do it for you right now. But you got to give me a super chat. I can't do it for free. I'm a professional. People used to pay like $100 to hear me in theatres and concert halls. You can have it for a super chat. So you think yourself lucky there, mate. When do you buy the S&P? I buy the... Liquor Lab, let me explain my strategy for you as we're still waiting for this.
The moon will be there tomorrow.
He's right. Liquor Lab, let me explain my strategy. First of all, there are much better ways to make a lot more money than the S&P. So that's what you should be doing. That's not financial advice. My focus, however, is not about me making money. It's about providing a best service for my show. Money takes care of itself if you take care of the people. So my priority is you. So for the first 2.5 years, because we've been going nearly 3 years now, we've got 2 months to go, it'll be our 3rd anniversary. And I've been live every day, up to 10 hours a day. I've been trading, scalp trading, day trading, swing trading, long-term investing. I've been doing it all. And I've been doing all those things. But now the channel has grown, I am only in the S&P. And I did it to protect the channel because I want to have CEOs on my show, great people on my show, and focus on you, the audience, not busy trading. I can give you the information. So I buy the S&P. So how do I buy it? Let me share with you. This is all of my money. I don't have any money in the bank. This is my bank account. I use Robinhood as my bank account. This is my main account. That's all the money I have in the world. But bearing in mind, I have no car loan, no mortgage. I own my house. I own my car. I don't have a car. My wife's got a car. I've got no bills. Solar panels run my house in England. I'm fine. And I just sit here every day. I've got no hobbies. I don't go anywhere. My aim is to grow the best YouTube channel in the world. That's my aim. It's going to take me about 10 years to get to my target of 10 million. That's what I'm aiming to do. So I'm in the S&P. There's all my money. There's my Roth. And there is my total balance. In the whole world, that's what I've got.
Put on a white glove and hit the hee-hee.
Okay, here it comes. Let me just answer this question in a second. Let me just answer this for Liquor Lab. So I sold everything. Thank you, Ed. Wow, what a great super chat. That's a $10 super chat. Wow, what a wonderful gesture, Ed. That's very, very kind of you. Next time, put a comment in. It reads it out. Oh, hang on.
LUNR worth buying right now at 8.38? Thanks.
I would say so, because as soon as it lands, it's going to go up. That would be my expectation. I think people are taking profits before it lands. So yes, that would answer that question. Would everyone please like the super chats? It's really nice when people do that, if you can. Michael Jackson coming in a second, right? So I sold everything for a loss. Not everything. A lot of things were up. There were a few things. But I decided the right thing to do was get out of the stocks and be invested, fully invested in the S&P. That's what I've done. Here's my S&P. Fully invested. 100%. There you go. Why is that saying 19? Oh, there you go. 100% of my 99.9%. That's a bit weird. It's 100%. That's a bit weird, right? 100% of my money in my Roth and in my main account. Okay. Now then, every month, I don't sell it. I also don't reinvest the dividends automatically. That's lazy, and you end up buying the spike rather than the dip. I have the cash. I earn 5.25%. I'm going to get paid again in March, and then I buy on a dip. I don't just buy as and where it is. I buy on a dip. It's much better that way. It's lazy to do it the automatic way, but it's there because people forget, and that's why it's there. But every month on YouTube, I earn money. I get paid on YouTube. It's my job. And every month I bring in money and I put it into my account. Currently I've got $2,000 a month after I've paid my bills and whatever. And bearing in mind, I got no bills. I live really cheap. I bring in all my money I can. So yesterday I got paid on YouTube, and the money went into my buying power. If you look here in my buying power, it says $100,000 because I've got margin as well, but I don't use margin at the moment. If the stock market dropped 50%, I would use margin, but not today. Okay, so you can see I've got $2,369. That's my cash. 2,000 of that came in yesterday. It's earning 5.25%. The overall market is inflated at the moment, so I'm earning interest. Can you see it? I've earned $7 this month. Okay. I'm just holding the cash. Now, all I do, it's a very simple strategy. I want to invest that $2,000 and buy more of the S&P. Never selling it, never paying any tax, just simply earning the dividends and reinvesting them manually. But what I'm doing is I'm waiting for a dip. Nothing goes straight up forever. There's got to be a dip. However, if there's not a dip and it just keeps on going and going and going, I will make sure, unless it's really gone stupidly high, like crazy high, I will buy in just before mid-March, which is the ex-dividend date, so I earn the $1.80 dividend payment. I don't want to miss out on that. So I will do that. So between now and March, I'm looking for a dip. I'm looking for a day when the Fed say something that scares the market. It doesn't mean everything's finished and everything's going to be down the toilet. But there's one thing that we know for certain. We know, there's several things investors know, 100%, 100% reliable. We can rely on human greed. We can rely on manipulation. We can rely on people like Meet Kevin, Graham Stepan, Marcus Brownlee, manipulating things. We can rely on that. We can rely on the market overreacting. We can also and overbuying, and we can rely on them underreacting as well. So selling everything too much and buying everything too much. Human greed. That's the one thing we can rely on. And right now that is demonstrated with this graph here, extreme greed. Everyone's buying everything because of Nvidia, which is great. However, nothing goes forever. Now, the S&P is the 500 best companies in America, if not the world, okay? You're buying the best companies in the world. So I don't mind buying it, but I'm waiting for a dip. I'm going to come to you, Jason Davis. I haven't forgotten you. I'm just answering the question from Liquor Lab. I'll come right back to you. I answer everyone's questions. So to answer your question in its entirety, I will buy the S&P at the first opportunity of a decent dip. If the dip doesn't come, I will buy it anyway before the ex-dividend date. And that's it. And I have a strategy that if I stick to it, and I will stick to it, I have two targets. One is get to $100,000 this year. It says 144 just because I can't do 1 year. The chart does 2 years. But I know exactly how I'm going to get to $100,000 within a year. That's the rate of the S&P with inflation. That's how much I'm putting in, and that's what I'll do. I've also got a plan to get to $1 million live on the show. That's my plan. That's how much I put in, and that is over 12 years. And you will see as my YouTube channel grows and I earn more money, I'll be able to put more in and bring those years down 11 years, 10 years, 9 years, but ahead of real time. It won't actually be 12 years because I'm doubling my rate of growth. I think it'll be more like maybe 5 or 6 years. Live on the show, become a millionaire. And I started with $5,000, no subscribers, 2.5 years ago, live on this show. So that was a very long answer, but that was the full answer to that question. I hope it helped a lot of other people. Right.
MJ.
You got it. All right. Okay. Here it comes. You want to see Michael Jackson? You want to hear Michael Jackson? Here we go. Let me take you up to... We got any more information? 1 hour ago? No, nothing yet. There is the time. I'll do Michael Jackson for you now. Just want to show you something. No, it hasn't changed. So hopefully now we'll be getting, hopefully soon we'll be getting information. Right. You want a Michael Jackson? Okay. Here we go. I'm going to show you a picture of me as Michael Jackson years and years ago when I had the theatre show one night in Vegas. I toured all over the world with it, and I actually did Michael Jackson. Here you go. Here is me as Michael Jackson, and then I'll do the voice for you. I used to be an official Michael Jackson. There you go. Impersonate. There's me. Look. That's me in a theatre in England. There's me doing Michael Jackson. And there's me hanging off a cherry picker. Literally hanging off a crane. And the theatre were very upset with me for doing that. But there you go. That was quite an eventful day. So there's me doing Michael Jackson in theatre. Right, you want to hear Michael Jackson? If you join me tomorrow night, you can hear a lot more. But Intuitive Machines is going down very quickly now, by the way. So all I'm adding is the effect, is the reverb. That's it. No special effects, no voice enhancers, just echo. All right. Excuse me. Another day is gone. I'm still all alone. Though you're far away, 'cause I am here to stay. You never said goodbye. Someone tell me why. Did you have to go? Leave my world so cold. There you go. How was that? All right. Thank you ever so much for the super chat, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you join me tomorrow night, you can get the full thing. Wow, what a run for Nvidia today. Indeed it is. Not here to give financial advice, but here's some financial advice. Just want to say, a long time ago, Martyn was here for me in a dark place. Was live and cried about a family situation. We'll never forget the love and support from him and many here. I had a breakdown. We remember it very, very well, Ed, and we'll always be here. He was here for me and my family. Again, a great man and great friend. You're very welcome. It's the greatest pleasure. It's not hard. It's not hard to be here and just do your thing. I love it. Raman, hi all. If space drops again tomorrow, it may see 150. Oh, 128. Oh, Virgin Galactic is just popping. As the bell goes, it's just popping up. Thursday night. If you've not followed Virgin Galactic, you will know Thursday night we often get a little pop. If you watch it every single day for the last nearly 3 years, you get to see patterns for some reason. Thursdays we can have a pop after hours. Doesn't tend to sustain it, but there we go. Anyway, bye, says Radiant Smile. Have a good feeling about LUNR making people decisions before close. Is my review request still on the list? Loud Work, it's been like 2 months. Loud Work, absolutely your request is on the list. Unfortunately, you've not been in for a while. What's happening is, Loud Work, the channel is growing. At the moment, if we hit 17,200 today in the next 2 hours, we are growing at 1,400 subscribers a week. We're gaining speed. And because of that, so many people are requesting reviews. We're not adding any more to the free list because it got too long. So to jump the list, it's super chats. And now everybody is super chatting. So the free ones aren't getting done at the moment. As soon as the super chat ones run out, and I'm doing 3 tomorrow, I'm doing them as fast as I can. I will get back to the free ones again, but we're just not getting to them at the moment. But I haven't forgotten you. You are most certainly on the list. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where the members are super chatting me, and it means it's harder to get to. But I just want you to know I haven't forgotten you. Okay, right? Free list halted at the moment. Raman, so it's good to buy space for a profit. Raman, what have I missed? My brother's birthday today. Vitautus, your brother's birthday today. Oh, fantastic. Well, if he comes on the show, becomes a member, we'll do him happy birthday. How about that? Have you landed yet? Have they landed? No. We are waiting. This is the broadcast here on the screen. You can see it. It says the broadcast starts at 4 o'clock. So in the next 50 minutes. So no, they've not landed yet. Otherwise there would be this, right? And it hasn't happened yet. So we're still waiting. Congratulations, Buckaroony. Do the birthday song for my mum. Okay. Okay. So you are a member and you are donating your birthday to your mum, Jackie. Okay. And Vitautus, if you get your brother in, we'll do him as well. Are you still on space? Any reason on down today? Are you still on space? Are you still on space? What do you mean? Am I on space? I'm not sure what you mean. So Jackie, birthday. All right. So Buckaroony, you've got 10 minutes to get all your family in. All right, Buckaroony, let me give you the link to the show.
The Salty Biscuit has become a member.
A silver member. You get lots of perks and benefits. So let me give Buckaroony the link to the show. Well, obviously you have the link to the show. You're watching it. I don't need to give you the link to the show. That's silly. Click the share button. Share it to your family and say in 10 minutes, Martyn Lucas, the World Piano Man, is going to sing to my mum, Jackie, we'll do your mum's birthday then, okay, Buckaroony? In 10 minutes. All right? All right, Buckaroo, it's all set. 10 minutes to go. Space is terrible marketing. That's why it is rubbish. Sky, just keep going up with the last part of Virgin Galactic. We got 2 years before Delta. If you scroll up, you'll see what I said about you. I mean, this is from the heart. I read it, Ed. I saw it. Thank you. Sell your house and buy LUNR dip. It's that easy. It's that easy. It was. The moon will be there tomorrow. Leah, venture capital is almost break even on Sidhu. Buy the sell, the news, the dips, sell the speculation. All right. Can you ring the bell if it lands? JS. Are you a member of the channel? I can't see if you're a member or not. I can't. Oh, you are. Yeah, of course I can then. Are you playing LUNR? Am I playing LUNR? What do you mean? Am I playing LUNR? We are showing LUNR on the show. We're waiting for it to start. Yeah. He is a good friend. There's Bill. Thank you, Bill. Nothing goes up forever. Nvidia enters the chat. Nvidia enters the chat. How are you, Liam Bigland? Jason Davis, do you hold Fisker? As I explained, I don't hold any stocks, so I can be completely impartial. I only own the S&P. I'm fully invested on the S&P. That's it. So you all know that I'm not pumping and dumping stocks. This is my position. I own 100% of the S&P. So that's how I do things. Martin, currently owning, that's right. Virgin Galactic's gone back down. It's trying to push back up again. LUNR is still going down. Let me bring it back on the screen. There we go. Spiked up. Can you fit a cheeky picker? Can you fit a cherry picker in your garage? No. James Spader. That's right. Wow, incredible. Thank you ever so much, Pat. Dang, you sound just like him. I'm new here. The Salty Biscuit. Now then, the Salty Biscuit has become a member. I'll get to you in a second. Became a member. Would everybody please welcome Salty Biscuit into the chat? Now then, we've got a little bit of time left before we go to the live feed. So, Salty Biscuit, would everybody please welcome Salty Biscuit into the channel? I'm going to give you all your perks and benefits now. As a new member, you get a badge which recognizes you as a member. You know, your membership will never go up in price, including inflation. It's going to be kept the same. I'm going to increase the benefits, though, so it's going to be the best investment you'll ever make. There'll never be an investment that won't go up with inflation and increase. That's my promise to you. Also, your badge will improve over time, and your benefits will improve over time. You can now, as a member, request a review. You can request me to cover an earnings. You can have a poll in the chat. There are members-only live streams, members-only videos that only members get to see. This is the homepage of the channel. Here are some of the members-only videos. Non-members don't see these. They don't see the live streams that are for members. Members-only live chats. I will help you grow on social media. I will reply to all of your comments. If you comment below one of my videos, I will reply back personally to every single one of them. And if necessary, make a video. Okay? I reply back to your comments on YouTube and make a video if necessary. I don't get a chance to reply to non-members. It's just impossible. But I do reply to all members. If you follow me on social media, I will tag you in my viral posts and help you grow. I'm growing. If we get, let's have a quick look now. If this goes to 17,200, we have now entered a new record at 1,400 subscribers a week. So as I grow, you grow if you're on social media. Let's have a quick look. Here it is. Oh, we did it. We got over 1,000 views in the last 60 minutes. Look at that. 1,000 views in 24,000. That's my highest ever views. This channel is going up every single day. Here it comes. If this is 17,200, we're at 1,400 subscribers a week. 17,170. Flipping heck, with 30 away. We've got 1 hour to go. It was 5 o'clock last night, so we've got an hour and 45 to go. If we get there, we're currently on 1,400. Anyway, the point is, as I grow, you grow. Okay? I'm here to help everybody. As a silver member, you get extra benefits over the bronze. What you also get is you can have a 20-minute event in my studio for a birthday, anniversary, wedding, whatever it is you'd like. You get that for free. People pay me thousands of dollars to do that. You get it for free in my studio. Weddings, birthdays, whatever. 20 minutes. Also, you also get, I don't know if you are actually a YouTuber or a broadcaster. You can sponsor my events, and I can get everyone to click on your Instagram or your Facebook or your business or your website, whatever it might be. I can help you grow. We had an incident where we had a guy selling a book on Amazon. It's called Mark Corn. And he said, Martyn, I've got no friends. No one really knows me. I've written a book on Amazon. No one's bought any. No one's given me any, nothing, no reviews. I said, mate, you're one of my members. And within a week, he was on the top 10 short selling list on Amazon. Everyone was downloading, everyone was leaving reviews, and he said, I'll always be a member of your channel. All right? So these are all the things you get as a silver member. In addition to that, you can also go on the homepage of my YouTube channel, and on certain occasions, certain days, I get everyone to subscribe to your channel. And they will. If I ask all my members to subscribe to you, they will. The Lucasades are a really supportive family, and they will. So if you want to go there, I don't just put you there. You have to request that if you want that. So that's the benefits. So let me give you all the links now. As a member, you get a link to Alpha Spread. There it is. You can get a lifetime discount, which makes my membership for free, or you have the free plan. Stock Twits. If you follow me there, I will engage with you. There's my music channel. I'm live tomorrow night. You can have a free request as a new member. Here is Discord. If you want to see Ed Nevis's tips and all the channel and all the information that we have on our Discord server, there is Discord. It takes 10 minutes to get through. Once you're in, go into welcome all, say hello. I will then upgrade you. I do it manually, so I explain how it works. There's Facebook. There's Rumble. There's the shop. You now get discounts in the shop as a silver member. There's my X. And there is the all links button, because you can now call in live to the show. You can be live on the show. You can share links on Discord and ask me to review certain things. You can even phone in. This is where you come in. You'll be in this space here, and you'll be here live on the show talking to me during the live show. So that's all the benefits. Now, let me go to Discord, and this is where you will appear once you've come through. Hello in here, in the welcome all. Please do not accept any friend requests when you arrive, because there's lots of people that pretend to be me. They're not me. And if you right-click the profile and look at my profile name, they steal my name, they steal my logo, but they cannot steal my username. I'm the only Martyn Lucas on Discord. So please make sure that you make sure that you only friends request when I do it live for you during a show, because I will never message you. All right, there you go. There's some of the perks and benefits for you. Right, we've got a little bit of time left. Have I got through all the questions? I think I have. Let me have a little look. General chit chat today. We are off to Button Moon. We're off to Button Moon with Mr. Spoon. La la la, Mr. Spoon. There's Paul Stone. Look, we're off to Button Moon with Mr. Spoon. And the duck brush, probably, and some upturned toilet holder thing. We're off the Button Moon with Mr. Spoon. Anyway, Thank you very much indeed. Ed Nevis's tips. Oh, he's at it again. There you go. Lance Strength. Lance Strength's having a look at Ed's tips tonight. There we go. Ready for the morning. Links for YouTube. Vaz Fisker to report on Thursday, February the 29th. FSR. Right, we've now got a time. Fisker, February 29th. I shall be covering it. You are a member. You've requested it. I'll be covering the earnings on February the 29th. Let me just take it out of there. Cut. February 28th. Pre-market. These are all the subscribers coming in. If we hit, if we do hit 17,200 within the next hour and 40 minutes, is it? Yeah, 5 o'clock. We're at 1,400 a week. 26 to go. I think we're going to do it. So we're accelerating now. We're accelerating every day. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, there you go. Are you still streaming LUNR in the moon? Yes, of course I am. Why do you think I'm here? I'm not here for a laugh, am I? Of course I am. We're waiting for this to start. I know you think, it's my show and I can control things, but I can't control when we actually land on the moon. I'm waiting for them to start this broadcast. Leah said that to me, my wife. I said, Leah, I'm broadcasting the landing on the moon tonight. Oh, are you? I said, yeah. I said, but I haven't actually got a camera on the moon. I haven't actually got a rocket. She said, haven't you? I said, no. I said, there's a company called Intuitive Machines, and they're flying a rocket. Well, they kind of didn't fly a rocket. It was in SpaceX, and then they stuck a satellite thingy, lander thingy in the rocket. All right. And they've got cameras on it, and I'm basically just getting their website, streaming their website, basically. Yeah. But you could actually watch it on their website all by yourself. You could sit and look at this by yourself in a dark room all by yourself. Or you could watch it with me, with the community together, having a laugh, showing more things. Remember, if they break the feed, if it gets broken, right? If you're watching their channel, nothing happens. It just stops. With me, you got blue jackets, you got smoke, you got music, you got all sorts of stuff, all right? Extra stuff thrown in. Do you think the stock price will tank if the lander crashes? Well, what do you think, Susie Keeper? Of course it will. If it crashes, it will go down to like 1 cent. It will go boof, boom, like that in 1 second. Of course it will. If it crashes, it's got no actual intrinsic value right now. It's on the hype of this success. So if it crashes and they've just spent $1 gazillion for no reason, absolutely, it's going down to zero. That's kind of obvious. Anyway, more scalp tips from Ed Nevius. Thanks, Raman. Appreciate it. Good work from Niels. Thank you. Core, he's gone balmy. Who's got just teasing? I went balmy years ago, mate. You think I could do this if I wasn't balmy? I have nearly $20,000 in LUNR. I got a lot riding on this. Please land. Suzu Keeper. I certainly hope so. I would hate to see you lose money. Absolutely. Don't make it more sad for me. Jonathan Santos. I won't make it sad for you, mate. I'm in the dark room all by myself. You're not all by yourself, Bill. You're here live on the show. You're here live on the show with me, Bill. Don't you worry about that, mate. Now then, we're getting very close to the landing, right? I need some action. There are people sitting here bloody lazy. I've been sitting here for 3 hours nearly, maybe longer. All bloody day, basically. And it's free, right? It's free. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to super chat. It's free, right? All I ask is you like or down like. I'm the only person on YouTube who will ever say, please hit the down like. I would prefer the up like, but I don't mind what you do. Just do something. And the reason why I say that is we're trying to grow the most engaged channel on TV. That's how I'm going to get to 10 million subscribers. That's how I can raise money for charities. That's how I can help people grow their businesses, and we can all have a great time together. So I don't need everyone to love me and love the channel. I don't. I just need you to engage. So if you don't like it, YouTube will show you something else, and you'll go off and have a wonderful, happy life. And we'll find the people that do love the channel. So if you like it, tap the like button. If you don't, tap the down like button, but do something. So here we go. You ready? Let's get funky, shall we? As we're waiting for the music, going to get exciting now. We've only got a few minutes to go. Let's get 100 likes. Let's go.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony.
140
One
watching.
day, a young man catches fire.
40 likes.
It's Phoenix.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 77 likes. All right, let's do it. Show some love. Come on. 144 watching. We want 100 likes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 82! 82! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Woohoo! Turn it up, turn it up! 146! Just half an hour to go before we land on the moon. Houston, we don't have a problem. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 95! All right, here we go. Last time. 138 watching. 95 likes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 95! Still 95. Where's it gone? Hang on. Oh! 103! 103! We did it! We're going to the moon! We've got just 20 minutes to go before the party starts, and we're getting very excited. We're about to land on the moon, and everyone's about to get rich, right? You ready? Okay. Shall we do it one more time? 103 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 103, 104. Absolutely fantastic. Can't do better than that. We're loving it. We're loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it. We're loving it like that. All right. There's the moon landing. Fantastic. Thank you ever so much, everybody. We're loving it. Thank you, everybody. Absolutely great. We love it. Just a few minutes to go now before we land on the moon. Are we going to do it? Is it going to go well tonight? Let's hope so. Not that long to go now. Thank you ever so much, everybody. Lovely stuff indeed. Just a few minutes left to go. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed the broadcast, because now we're going to end. Now we're about to land on the moon. We're going to end. The meter's run out. Let me turn the smoke off, because I think we've got plenty of smoke in here now. We're excited, right? We're excited. This is our studio. We're all ready to go. Now, if you join me tomorrow night, I'll be sat over there at the piano doing some music. And right now, we have a birthday to do. So, Buckaroony, are you ready in the chat? Are you ready, Buckaroony? Are you in the chat with your mum? Your mum, just before the flight. Jackie, are you here with your mum? Because we're about to do a happy birthday for Buckaroony. Let me know if you're here. And we'll do it. Martin, you on Smokes, Vitautus. It's your birthday as well, right? So we want to find out. Okay, I think I'm signing everywhere now. Also share with the video on my channels. Does the name have to match? My Facebook is my real name, Salty Biscuit. On Discord, it has to be the same, but I can change it. So don't you worry about that. Welcome all. Ricardo. Let's have a look. Ricardo is here. I think let me just check. Is Buckaroony here? Buckaroony, keep going. Smash the likes there. Nice one. Can we poll? Who thinks Lunar's gonna? We're doing it. We have a poll. We already have a poll. Here is the poll. How's it going? Here is the poll. If you've not yet voted, is the what am I saying? What am I saying? What am I saying? A review playlist. Hang on, there we go. There you go. There's the poll. There's the poll in the chat. So, Buckaroony, are you here? Is Buckaroony still here? We've got a birthday to do. We've got to do it now because we're running out of time. We've got 83 votes, 91.5%, 91.6 is saying, saying yes, it's going to land. Right, Ricardo. I need you, Ricardo, to confirm that is you. Ricardo Vasquez, is this you in Discord? Just can say yes in the chat that is you. I know it says there, but people pretend to be you to claim the benefits. I need to know, is this you, Ricardo Vasquez, in the chat? Just confirm. If you do that, then I can upgrade you and give you all the access that you want. All right? Moon G-Ree, get him. Moon Me, Mango White Claw, get him dancing. Buckaroony, family's patiently waiting for a song. Where is Buckaroony? I don't see him in the chat. Yes, that is me. Okay. So the first thing I have to do is change your nickname so you've got the same name on YouTube. It's so people know who you are and you are a member. Okay. And now you can access all of our perks and benefits. So Vaz, Quez, Ricardo Vasquez. Okay. Now I'm going to send you a friend request. Please accept it straight away. Not anybody else is pretending to be me. All right. I will delete it in 1 minute. There is the friend request. Oh, you accepted it. That was quick. Bloody hell. Member. You are now a member. And now you can see Sensei's crypto tips, Ed Nevis's tips, Trades of Logic. And you can see every morning we have the crypto news, stock news, breakfast bar, general chit chat. Please keep everything in the right channel. Don't put stock news in crypto news. Don't put what you eat for your breakfast in stock news. That's the breakfast bar. Okay. What else did we have? I would like to join too. The Legion of One. Who is the Legion of One? You need to be in the chat on YouTube so I know who you are, and you need to be a YouTube member for me to upgrade you. If you're not a YouTube member, I cannot upgrade you. All right? Buckaroony hasn't agreed to do a song yet, Martin. He wanted Happy Birthday for his mum, but I don't see him. I don't see him in the chat. I'll make Martin's song. I'm not sure what that means, Vitautus. What does that mean? You want Martin's song? Anyway, William, per your charitable nature, maybe you could do a show or two with Ricky Gervais. I bet you'd have a nice chemistry. Yeah. Right. Okay. Come back to the main show. We got 27 minutes to go before we get to the live event. Let's have a look. 4 p.m. Still 4 p.m., which is 27 minutes. Okay. It's still the same? Yeah, still the same. Let's look at their X account. 2 hours ago, yep, nothing new. Now then, I've been hearing a lot of subscribers going on here. Have we hit 17,200? If we have, we've gone up from 1,000 a week to 1,400 a week. It's just going up like a crazy thing. 184. 16 subscribers to go, and we are at 1,400 subscribers a week. Mental, isn't it? 200 a day. And we used to be 200 a year. Anyway, it's pretty good, isn't it? Pretty exciting stuff. Is anyone still buying LUNR? Good, honest work. I appreciate it. Particle beam. It's what it's all about. Should I be scared? Jay Reed. I need to go back to LUNR. Why am I showing my balance here? LUNR. LUNR. Okay. Starting to come up 6%. That's because we had the sell-off. People, as it got nearer and nearer the moon, we had a sell-off. Oh, hang on. Free review for next week for the first person that gives company name and ticker. Wow, look at that. Yardstick is buying a review for you. It's only members. It's the first person, Labas VY. Is that a ticker? Labas VY. Radiant Smile. Let me just check. Let's have a little look. Let me have a look at that. Labas. Is that right? Let me just check what that is. Let's have a look. So LABAS. Labas. That's not a real thing. And VY. Vanguard High Dividend Stock. You can't do an ETF if that's what you were trying to do. VIM, VYS, VYM, Labas, VY, Radiant Smile, Match Group, Niels. Niels? No, Niels is not actually a full paid member, so he can't have it. He won a membership. It's not an actual membership. It's not full membership if you win one. If you win one, it's not a full membership. Thanks for what. So let me find the next one. So let me start. It's members only. Okay. Labas VY is not an actual stock. I've just looked. That isn't. I don't know what Labas is. Labas is, oh, I see, it's a greeting from Lithuania. I wondered. Okay, great. Niels is not a full member. He just wins one every month. He's very lucky. So if you win a membership, you don't get all the perks and benefits. So Niels, you can't have that. MLB, thanks for what you do, Martin. Radiant Smile.
Free review for next week for the
members
first
only.
person that gives company name and ticker.
What else have we got? I pass it to you. The next who's first. best live YouTube channel in the world. Go, Martyn. Thank you, mate. VY. No one said it. Review Aptera. It's still private, but worth the review. No, we can't do a private company. It has to be a public company, one that you can actually trade. If it's private, we can't review it because it has no public information. So that's not going to work. James, HLF Herbalife. HLF Herbalife. Let me see if this is a correct one. Herbalife. Herbalife, HLF. Yes, there it is. We have got a winner. Fantastic. Congratulations. There it is. We've got one. Intuitive is going up. We've got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. Let me come back to the broadcast. So let me write this down. This will be done tomorrow, if not Monday. So this is HLF Herbalife, and this is for James. James, just make sure I got it right. 007, James 007, and it's from Giardistic. Stick. There you go. All right, Herbalife. So I've got two. I've got 4 now to do. So no more, please. I'll try and do 2 or 3 tomorrow. If not 4. If not, the Herbalife will be on Monday, unless I get a chance to work over the weekend. But I don't think I'm going to work this weekend. I've worked like 24 hours a day for the last ages. I don't plan on doing that again. Not for a while, anyway. Afternoon all. Listening to the show as I drive down the Florida Keys. Mark Saxby, how you doing? I've got 100,000 invested. Cronus the Great. Well, Cronus the Great, you must be one of our biggest investors then. We actually represent about 95% of the world's retail investors on Virgin Galactic. One of our investors here owns 8.1% of Cider Space. So we have a very engaged family. You should be a member of our channel then, and that thereby call into the show. Right, there we go. Let's see what happens. Niels, just hoping it rockets to like 50. Landing set for 5:24. That's the landing, but we should get the broadcast any minute now. We're waiting for it. Here it is. Remember, this is space, right? It doesn't go to, Martyn Lucas's YouTube time. It goes when it goes. I mean, what can I say? There goes Luna. Straight up. Luna. It's going up at the moment. Let me keep an eye on it for you. You want to see what's going on, right? Okay, there it is. Nice one, James. James 007, the salty biscuit. My son is obsessed with space. I bought a bunch of space stocks for him. It's only 4, but he's a big space fan. He likes space more than any character. I love it. Salty biscuit, great. We watch NASA a lot. Why you all got green names? Green names, that's all the members. Members have green names, and you'll see 98% of our live viewers are members. We have the highest engagement rate of any channel on YouTube TV. We are doubling our rate of growth every month. Everyone's a member, and people watch all day, every day. I mean, we are trying to grow the best, most honest, supportive, real TV channel in the world. I'm not a YouTuber, not here to sell videos. I'm here to build a live audience, as I did as the World Piano Man when I toured the world. All right? Okay. Now, just behind me is my TV studio where I sit at the piano and I sing. And tomorrow night, I'll be there live doing my music for you. That's the microphone when I just sit just there. If I put the spotlight on, look. You see it? There you go. That's where I'll be tomorrow night doing my show. And there's a piano just here. There's a keyboard here. All the lights behind me move. And I do a full concert for you. You'll think you're in a concert hall. This is the music channel. I'm live there tomorrow night. These are all the cameras that move in front of me. So there you go. Let's come back to the link here. It's for next week, Martyn, to become a member. Winner, chicken dinner. There it is. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated, Yardstick. Let's go to the moon. Angel Riviera, what are you expecting the target high if it lands? Well, like we said earlier, we did a review recently, and as I shared with you on the screen, its intrinsic value is $23, but it's unreliable because we don't have DCF it doesn't use DCF valuation. So it's a guess at this time. It's trending on its hype at the moment. As we get more earnings reports and profit and all the rest of it, this is my software. If you want access to this software, by the way, here is the link for it. Alpha Spread. It's the most advanced algorithmic software. It's how I value all my stocks, how I do all my reviews, gives me profitability score. See, it's not good for LUNR, and the solvency isn't good either. If we crash, that's it. If we crash, that's it. All your money's gone. It'll go down to like 10 cents. But hopefully that's not going to happen. All right? But it's a very difficult thing they're trying to do. Land on the moon, unmanned. It's pretty incredible, really. Anyway, let's go to the moon. What are you expecting the target high if it lands? Hey, Martyn, did you get all my subscriptions and requests on all social media? What do you mean, subscribes and requests? What do you mean? I don't get I don't get requests if you follow me on X. I mean, I'll share. I'll look, 90 votes now. Look, 91%. Let's have a little look. I've got message request. Hey, Martyn, first of all, look at this. This is nice. Hey, Martyn, this is from the Real Mac. The Real Mac on X. Hey, Martyn, first of all, thank you for the very honest review about Nikola Corporation. I'm in several Nikola groups, and you have been mentioned all over and made yourself a lot of new fans and followers. This is cool. I really enjoy your technical analysis and wanted to ask if you could share the platform you use in your videos. Would very much appreciate that. Thank you and keep going. How nice is that? Join me live now on YouTube as I'm showing your comment. Here is the link you asked. Whoops, hang on. I'll just do that for the minute. There you go. Now, who was it who asked? Salty Biscuit wanted to know if I'd received anything. These are all my followers today. Lots of new followers. I don't know which one you are. How can I know which one you are? These are my new likes. I can't, Salty Biscuit, I can't, these are all my new followers in the last few minutes. There's Ryan Carrington, is that you? JZO, is that you? Moses Lendinez, is that you? The Salty Biscuit. There's the Salty Biscuit, right there. So yeah, you're following me now, and I will reply to comments, and I will do everything I can to support you in any way I can. So there you go. Yeah, there you go. There's the answer to your question. Right, the stock price is going up now. My pleasure, the bunny. Oh, I didn't bring out the bunny. How come I didn't do the bunny? How come I didn't do the bunny? Yardstick. This is what I was supposed to do. There you go. This is Yardstick. He's got one of my mugs. Has everybody got one of my mugs from the shop? If you're a silver member or gold member, you get a discount for that. But anyway, there he is. There's Yardstick, and he likes to support the show with super chats and memberships and all sorts. Can you see? I've got the moon behind me. This is the moon shining through the window. Can you see it? This is the moon. It's not really the moon. It's a spotlight, but it looks like the moon. Shall I say it's the moon? So this is what's happening right now. This is the moon, right? This is the moon, and this is the spacecraft, right? And it's like that, heading, and it's just got to go. Landed. That's it. And then it stays there for a little bit, right? We all just look around, right? Wait for Mr. Spoon to turn up, and then say, "Excuse me, which way to the KFC?" Get some KFC, then start the engines, leave the moon, and come all the way back down to Earth again. That's what's going to happen. All right? Okay. Don't know where that came from. It's 4 hours. I'm sitting here. My bum's getting stiff. I've got to be honest. I've been sitting here for 4 hours. It's getting a bit ridiculous. If I'm completely honest with you, it's getting a bit ridiculous. Anyway, it is what it is. Oh, here we go. So, that's Starship flight test. That's no bloody good. That's no bloody good. I thought we had something then for a minute. No, here we go. We got still a bit more time. Here's the website. Here's the launch page. Right, let me share with you. This is what we're looking at. I'm the Easter Bunny. Hello, I just found this channel. I own LUNR. This is a blast. Open to see this rocket as the lander touches down. Matt Hintz. Welcome to you, Matt. How are you, mate? How are you? Should me and Matt have a chat? Matt, it's lovely to see you, mate. How you doing? I'm Martyn Lucas. I'm the world piano man. I've toured all over the world as a singer, musician, whatever. And this is my TV studio. I'm from England. I'm wearing blue today because we're landing on the moon. Do you like that? This is one of my shiny jackets. And just behind me, we've got the studio where I do my concerts every Friday night. There's the piano there. I've even written the Virgin Galactic song. Has everybody heard it? I've actually got the unofficial Virgin Galactic song, which is more popular than the real one. If anybody wants to hear it, I'll play it for you. It's so crazy. He discovered space when he was 8 months old, and he just drawn to it. 2% particle beam. Yardstick, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You're excellent. Thank you. My pleasure, James. Bet both sides. I never short a stock, never shorted a stock. Don't do options. I only own the S&P because I need to be impartial for my show. It's not about subscribers. It's not about anything for me. It's about building the best, most honest, real show in the world. That's why I sit here 10 hours a day for the last 2.5 years, and I'm trying to grow the most honest, real, supportive channel in the world. Let's have a quick look. We've got 9 minutes to go before it's supposed to broadcast. But of course, things don't go exactly to plan, right? Let's be honest, okay? As long as it lands all right, that's all I care about. If we have got now, when I open this tab up, 17,200, we're now up to 1,400 subscribers a week. 187, 10 to go. We've been doing 1,000 a week for the last week, and now we've got to 1,400 a week. We're sort of doubling our every week. It's incredible. All right, get 10 more. It's 1,400 this week. Wild, right? Okay. Refreshing channel. I totally agree. Now, just before we get to the main show, we've got 8 minutes to go. I have done lots of fundraising events for the Lions Club and Rotary clubs, all kinds of stuff all over the world. And I use my music channel to do it. And I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers on my music channel so I can do fundraisers without the credit card fees and without fees from YouTube. They turn on what's called charitable giving. I've got it on this channel, but this channel isn't my music channel. My music channel is where I want to do the events. Okay? So up to now, there's always been costs, but I'm trying to do events to raise money for people where I do the event for free, completely free, and there are no fees, there are no charges, there's no credit card fees, nothing. So if you wouldn't mind, you don't have to listen to my music, just subscribe to me on my music channel, just so I can get there. I'm currently at, I've just given you the link in the chat, I'm currently at 5,640 on my music channel. I just done a tribute for Steve Wright. Did you see this one? The Super Bowl, when I did with Taylor Swift. Do you want to see it? Look, me and Taylor Swift. You want to see this? You'll like this. This is good, this. You'll be impressed.
What so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that
we're about to land on the moon.
Was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You like that? There you go. Now, what would be really, really nice, if you share that. I want this video to go viral because Taylor Swift's getting all the votes. And the name of this video was, who should sing at the Super Bowl? Who sings it better? Taylor Swift versus Martyn Lucas. So there you go. Who sings it best? So I'm going to give everybody now, and I'm live tomorrow night in my music channel if you want to come and join me. But I'm going to give everybody now the link to this, all right? And we're about to land on the moon, so we had to put a bit of American, the national anthem in there, right, didn't we? There you go. I'll give it you 3 times. Can everybody tonight share that on all your social media? If we land on the moon tonight, we have to share that out tonight. That's the Star-Spangled Banner, the United States of America, sung by an Englishman with Taylor Swift. What more do you want? Share it around tonight, right? So let me give it to everybody. We're just waiting. We got a couple of minutes to go. Hopefully it'll be there. Let me give it to everybody there. Let me give it to my Rumble audience, everybody there. Anyway, there you go. I've given everybody the link. Everybody got the link. Right. So later on tonight, I'll be checking to see if I got any views. If I get 1 view, just 1, and I come on tomorrow, I'll go, well, that's bloody rubbish, isn't it? We've got 1 bloody view. Anyway, so follows. Yes, thank you for the follow, Salty Biscuit. I saw it. Yardstick, come to Martyn's live music concert tomorrow, and he will buy a free song choice to say thank you. And I will buy James 007 has said if you come to the music channel tomorrow night, he will buy you a free song. Refreshing channel, I totally agree. Patrick Beam. Right, we've got minutes to go. Now, here we go. We got a link up. Yes, it's running. Okay, we're running now. This is the broadcast. It is running. This is now running. We are ready to rock and roll. I'm excited. It's exciting. I'm loving it. Right, we're all zoomed in. There it is. It's playing. Very, very good. So now it's just it's playing nothing at the moment. But that's it. They are streaming this. So, any moment now. Is everyone excited? You should be excited. Did we get to 200? 17,191. How many are watching? 145. 145 watching. 104 likes. Has everyone tapped the like button? Have you done it? I'm not going to ask anymore because it's 100's more than I deserve anyway. I've got enough. 100's fine. That's brilliant. I'm happy with 100. Right. 100. Right. 100, mum. Right. Okay. We're streaming. They went through. I joined Discord, TikTok, and Rumble. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Hey, Salty Biscuit. You go on like this, mate. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look. Yeah, Salty Biscuit. Don't forget, as a silver member, you can go on the homepage of my channel. This is very, very kind of you, mate. If you're on Discord, I can upgrade you. LUNR to the moon. Who's this? Hang on, who's Is that you? Is that you? LUNR to the moon? No, hang on a minute. That's a comment, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. I'm confused. Where am I? I knew what I was doing a minute ago. Now, no, that's right. Oh, that is a person. Hang on a minute. No, it's not. How can you write a comment without a name? That must be Legion of One. It must be Legion of One. Whoever that is, I can upgrade you if I know who you are, but I just don't know who you are right now. Anyway, back to what we're looking at here. We're playing this now. This is broadcasting. Carrington here also. Hello, Carrington. Patrial Beam. Yay, the Salty Biscuit. Do you think if it crashes, the company stock will die? Of course it will. Of course it will. How nice, James. Martin, my girlfriend's still watching your show. I would have never said that, as she used to like your. She used to be like your stupid stock. Now it looks like we have a new investor. She's been enjoying tonight's show. Well, she'll enjoy the music show much better, won't she? Hey,
Intuitive Machines has built an entire space program.
This is really exciting stuff.
The company completed its lunar lander in a new facility at the Houston Spaceport, just down the street from NASA's Johnson Space Center. It's an
very, very cool indeed.
Class lunar lander named Odysseus.
Lunar lander arrived at Kennedy Space Center in Florida back in December. Since then, teams have been integrating the spacecraft to Falcon 9's second stage in preparation for launch.
We're about to land on the moon.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. An incredible sight to see.
Odysseus lunar lander separation confirmed.
Our Nova C lunar lander has. You're taking a live look into Intuitive Machines' Nova Control in Houston, Texas, where flight controllers are preparing to start the landing sequence for the IM-1 mission. Our mission and activity directors are sitting closest to the large monitor inside Nova Control, and they're supported by 10 additional flight controllers surrounding the Circular Mission Operations Center.
Yes, I'll call you.
Welcome to our coverage of the descent and landing of the IM-1 mission. I'm Josh Marshall, Communications Director of Intuitive Machines.
And I'm Gary Jordan with NASA Communications. This mission is one of the first under a task order with NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative. Under Artemis, we're returning to the moon to conduct groundbreaking scientific discoveries and technological advancements. And this mission with Intuitive Machines is helping us to get there.
And Gary and I are at Intuitive Machines' facility here in Houston, just down the street from NASA's Johnson Space Center. Right now, inside Nova Control, flight controllers are monitoring our Nova C-class lunar lander named Odysseus ahead of its autonomous landing sequence that begins with powered descent initiation at 5:11 p.m. Central Time for a landing time at 5:24 p.m. Central. Right now, they're keeping an eye on the room's situational awareness awareness tool called the Viz, which you can see on your screen now. The Viz is casted onto a large television in the front of Mission Control, so the activity director and the mission director can have the best view, Gary.
And the Viz is an animation representing real-time telemetry data feeding into Nova Control. Nova Control receives the data, runs it through Unreal Engine 5, and generates a visualization of the data. It's a useful tool for situational awareness and keeping track of what flight controllers expect Nova C is doing in space. The white line points to the moon. The blue line is the past and intended trajectory. Real-time. The yellow and red lines are pointing towards the sun and Earth, respectively. The different color cones you see at the top are the antenna arrays used for line-of-sight communication back to Earth. We'll show the Viz periodically throughout our coverage, up to about 12 minutes prior to landing. In these final moments before landing, the most reliable spacecraft data will be relayed through Nova Control audio loops.
And we're starting our coverage later than expected today as flight controllers continue to assess Nova C's trajectory, guidance, navigation, and control. Nova C maintained a low lunar orbit, but is in a slightly more elliptical shape. Last night, flight controllers performed a lunar correction maneuver burn to adjust the lander's orbit. This burn kept Nova C on a trajectory to land in Malapert A, but moved our landing time estimates earlier by about an hour. Then today, flight controllers chose to exercise an additional orbit before starting the IM-1 mission landing sequence. This decision brought us to now, projecting a landing time of 1724 Central Time. Intuitive Machines made the decision to reassign the primary navigation sensors from Odysseus's laser range finding system to use the sensors on NASA's navigation Doppler LiDAR.
This is a dynamic situation, and we'll update you later in the broadcast. Intuitive Machines still intends to land in the optimum lighting window, and the lunar correction maneuver performed last night eliminated the need for the planned 10-second deorbit initiation burn, which would have brought Nova C from low lunar orbit into the descent phase. Nova C's current trajectory has it continuing to decrease its altitude over the next hour until the braking burn called powered descent initiation.
Again, the landing time is expected at 5:24 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. The countdown clock at the top of your screen is counting down to the time that we expect to remove, and we expect to remove the countdown clock approximately 2 minutes before the landing opportunity. Getting to this moment, Gary, has been quite the journey, and it's lasted about 7 days so far since liftoff from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Odysseus lifted off at 1:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket on February 15th. Approximately 48 minutes later, Intuitive Machines' Nova C-class lunar lander entered a translunar orbit, a direct shot at the moon. In the following days after launch, flight controllers in Nova Control commanded engine firings to place the lander into low lunar orbit approximately 100 kilometers or 62 miles above the lunar surface. The journey to low lunar orbit included firing the first liquid methane and liquid oxygen engine in space. This was called the commissioning maneuver. It was a full-thrust main stage engine burn with a throttle-down profile necessary to land on the moon. Over the last 24 hours, Odysseus has maintained its trajectory in low lunar orbit, waiting for suitable lighting conditions to begin its autonomous descent to Malapert A, the designated landing site for the IM-1 mission near the south pole of the moon.
Our joint coverage will follow Odysseus through its descent and landing on the lunar surface, carrying 12 payloads down with it. The mission is enabled under a task order with NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS. Here's more on this initiative under Artemis.
Our moon. It seems so close in the night sky, but getting there is really hard. But what if there was a way to change that? Only a few nations have successfully landed on the moon. As NASA sends astronauts back to the lunar surface, this time to stay, we will need to send science and technology instruments ahead of time to lay the foundation for human exploration. To make this happen, NASA is helping establish a commercial lunar economy. For the first time ever, there will be commercial delivery services to the moon. We are enabling American companies to send our payloads to the lunar surface for us. These delivery services will expand our capabilities for exploration, radically increasing the amount of science we can achieve. This high-risk, high-reward initiative will invest in and leverage the entrepreneurial spirit of American innovation to launch a commercial lunar marketplace, advancing technology and exploration for all of us. With this never-before-seen streamlined access to the moon, we will be able to make novel measurements and develop technologies that scientists have long wanted to do on the lunar surface. And as this new industry matures, this commercial delivery service for NASA and other customers could expand beyond the moon to other destinations in our solar system. And we can learn to live on another world because we are explorers.
CLIPS is an important pathway towards long-term exploration of the moon and part of NASA's Artemis missions that will establish a sustainable presence in the lunar vicinity and prepare humans for missions to Mars. For more on how this fits in with the greater plan, let's head over to NASA's Leah Cheshire, who's just down the hall. Hey, Leah.
Thanks, Gary. I'm here with Joel Kearns, NASA's Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration. Thanks so much for being here, Joel.
Oh, thank you, Leah. It's great to be here on Landing Day, which is the culmination of about 5 years of work by Intuitive Machines Corporation.
Yeah, we're really excited, and we want to know a little bit more about NASA's goals for the CLIPS initiative.
Okay. So, most basically what we want to do is we want to have American companies take NASA equipment and scientific investigations all the way to the surface of the moon and not have to have NASA do that ourselves. NASA is really good at doing robotic space science missions, whether that's the James Webb Space Telescope or it's the Mars rovers. But when we knew about 5 or 6 years ago that we would start going to the moon to do science and exploration investigations, we knew we'd be going back every year, so we turned to industry to see if they could actually take us to the moon instead of us having to do it ourselves. And that's how we came up with commercial lunar payload services. There's 3 objectives for commercial lunar payload services, or CLIPS. One is that we want to do great science on the moon. The second is we want to test out technology and engineering for future human exploration in Artemis. And the third is we want to generate a group of companies that are highly skilled in doing these robotic lunar landings so that we can use them as part of our Artemis initiative.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit more. How is CLIPS beneficial to the Artemis campaign?
Well, a number of different ways. For example, we will do science at the South Pole with our astronauts in Artemis and also with robotic explorers. They'll be brought down on CLIPS. But we're also going to use these robotic landings, these commercial robotic landings, to do science at places where we won't initially send astronauts. We can use them, for example, this Intuitive Machine mission that's going on today that'll land in the South Pole region will be one of the first forays into the South Pole to actually look at the environmental conditions to a place we're going to be sending our astronauts in the future. That is, what type of dust or dirt is there? How hot or cold does it get? What's the radiation environment? These are all things you'd really like to know before you send the first human explorers. I'd also say that in the future, when we are flying humans to the moon as part of Artemis, we can use commercial services like CLIPS to pre-stage equipment or other cargo so that they're waiting for the astronaut explorers when they land.
And this is an entirely new approach that uses a privately developed lunar lander. What are some of the most important takeaways on risks but also benefits of a model like this?
So when industry came to NASA about 6 years ago and said we could do this for you as a service, what they said was they thought it would be less expensive than if we did it ourselves, that they could do it faster than we could set up to do it, and that they could do it more frequently, that they could do more than one mission, every year or two. And so far we've seen is that looks like that's going to be true. What we're waiting to see, such as with the mission today, is can they actually do this incredibly difficult thing? Can they really land on the surface of the moon robotically? This is something which is extremely challenging and difficult to do. The moon has no air. You can't use parachutes or wings to slow down. You have to, in effect, ride a rocket engine all the way from orbital speed, thousands of miles per hour, all the way down to a very soft touchdown speed to land in this place, which is very rough, pretty rugged, in really unusual lighting and communication conditions. So this is not an easy thing we have asked these companies to do, but if they're successful, the upside for American exploration is just so great, we have to try it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are important distinctions. And thank you so much for joining us here today, Joel. With that, we're going to toss it back to Josh and Gary to preview the landing sequence.
Thanks, Leah. We're following along with Nova-C's descent toward the lunar surface. The lander is continuing to decrease its altitude until the powered descent initiation, an 11-minute braking burn that sets Nova-C up for the final moments prior to touchdown. That time of ignition for PDI, or powered descent initiation, is 5:11 p.m. Central Time, 6:11 p.m. Eastern. The entire landing sequence is autonomous, meaning the lander is in control of every milestone required for a lunar landing opportunity, Gary.
And completing a soft touchdown comes with challenges unique to, say, landing on the Earth or Mars, because there's no atmosphere.
Gary, it's an entirely different playbook as we've seen this dynamic situation play out today. Let's take a look at the IM-1 mission's complete trajectory approach as of launch. The Intuitive Machines IM-1 mission is sending commercial and NASA payloads to the lunar South Pole region on an uncrewed robotic Nova-C class lunar lander called Odysseus.
The lander is the tip of the iceberg, and what's below that is the full program that is on a miniature scale, very similar to what the Apollo program had.
The IM-1 flight path mirrors the historical achievements of Apollo 2. Starting with separation for the launch vehicle on a direct shot at the moon.
That trajectory is basically like throwing a fastball that is going to hit the moon 6 or 7 days later, like an outfielder stretching out to grab it.
The first 4 days are dedicated to flight controllers in Houston firing the lander's 3D printed liquid methane and liquid oxygen engine to make small course adjustments to hit its orbit target around the moon. This particular coordinate system is called the B-plane.
You can think about the B-plane kind of like the backboard of a basketball goal. And you basically know when you shoot hoops that if you can get the basketball in the square on that backboard, it's going to go in. And the B-plane for astrodynamicists is very much the same thing.
With the B-plane on target, Odysseus is prepped for a critical autonomous maneuver on the moon's far side. This critical burn maneuver is completed in the blind, with the moon blocking direct communications back to Nova Control in Houston.
Once we get around the moon, we have on the day side of the moon, the sun heating us from one side and reflected infrared light off the bright moon warming us on the other. Then we plunge into night, and now we're cold on both sides. It's very tough.
About an hour before landing, flight controllers command Descent Orbit Insertion, or DOI. This is a main engine firing to slow the spacecraft so its altitude drops from 100 kilometers to about 10 kilometers above the lunar surface. After DOI, Odysseus coasts for about an hour before starting its final approach.
And then we reach a point called powered descent initiation. The guidance system on board makes the decision to activate the main engine at very close to full power.
Cameras and lasers are feeding information to the lander's navigation algorithms, which provide guidance, navigation, and control. With a safe site identified, Odysseus enters a 3 meter per second descent, then down to 1 meter per second for the last 10 meters to the lunar surface. Now, the lander is using an inertial measurement unit, which is similar to a human inner ear that senses rotation and acceleration. Flight controllers expect about a 15-second delay before confirming the ultimate milestone, softly landing on the surface of the moon.
And I can tell you just from doing our simulations, that's the longest 15 seconds you'll ever experience as you wait for the final light to turn green to indicate that you've landed on the moon.
Approximately 12 minutes before our landing opportunity, we are going to show this animation of the landing sequence to describe the lander's autonomous operations, starting with powered descent initiation, or PDI. During this maneuver, Odysseus must reduce its velocity by approximately 1,800 meters per second. You can think of it as a braking phase. Then, the lander pitches upright using its main engine, with the Hazard Relative Navigation, or HRN, now being fed by NASA's NDL sensors, facing toward the area where the lander intends to touch down. At this point, HRN will autonomously scan the intended landing site for a safe landing area. Then, the lander's guidance, navigation, and control system commands Odysseus to a point approximately 30 meters above the designated landing site, and the lander goes into a vertical descent followed by terminal descent. Intuitive Machines created Nova-C for the CLIPS initiative and commercial enterprise with the goal of creating a lunar economy.
And Nova-C is Intuitive Machines' first autonomous spacecraft. Nova stands for new, and C is the Roman numeral for 100, the lander's approximate payload capacity. Day. With that, let's learn more about the Nova C-class lunar lander.
This IM-1 mission lander is named Odysseus. The name was nominated by Assembly, Integration, and Test Engineer Mario Romero after the Odyssey and its epic voyage across the daunting, wine-dark sea. Including landing gear, Odysseus is 4.6 meters wide, and with its top-deck solar array, it's 4.3 meters in height. It's a taller
We
design that
apologize for the
accommodates
audio.
payloads and the lunar South Pole lighting
They're great at
conditions.
rockets.
Its hull
They're
diameter
not so
is
good at
1.6
audio.
meters,
Their
with
audio
payloads
dips
affixed to the
between
entire
minimum and
exterior of
maximum,
the lander,
and we are
making its
sending out
total
the
payload
maximum
capacity
level,
approximately
0 dB.
130 kilograms.
They haven't
The lander weighs
equalized their audio.
675
There's nothing I can do
but
about
packs
that, I'm
on
afraid.
weight when loaded with fuel.
Just turn it up
Odysseus
your
uses
end.
composite helium tanks to pressurize its liquid methane and liquid oxygen main engine that can throttle down to perform its final descent to the lunar surface in one continuous burn.
Intuitive Machines' IM-1 mission is supported by NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, which allows rapid acquisition of lunar delivery services from American companies. The instruments on board advance capabilities for science, exploration, and the commercial development of the moon. Commercial companies were challenged to come up with their own way to design and fabricate a lunar lander and conduct operations. For this commercial mission, Intuitive Machines elected to support the communications between the spacecraft and Nova Control through its own private ground-based network. And it's not the first time Intuitive Machines used this network in deep space.
Well, that's right, Gary. NASA worked with Intuitive Machines to perform technology demonstration of this capability on NASA's Artemis 1 mission, which helped us verify the network for operational use during this CLIPS mission. The Lunar Data Network, or LDN, uses ground-based networks to communicate into deep space, so we could lose signal while Nova C is on the far side of the moon. However, the trajectory of the lander's low lunar orbit does allow for near continuous line of sight
Please
with
tap the
Earth
like
and
button
ground
and
station
subscribe,
coverage.
and
let's head over to NASA's Leah Cheshire
know
to
you're
learn
here.
more about this network. Leah.
Thanks so much, and I am here now with Trent Martin, the Intuitive Machines Senior Vice President of Space Systems.
The stock is just going sideways at the moment.
Available space network, and how is that different from NASA's Deep Space Network?
So when we first got onto the Commercial Lunar Payload Services contract, we were trying to find a way that we could get our data from our landers back to the Earth. We were worried that the Deep Space Network, which is often oversubscribed, particularly with James Webb Space Telescope now, that we would have limited time. So what we did was we created a network of large dishes across the planet that allow us to take our data from the moon and deliver it down to the Earth.
And we initially tested this out during the Artemis 1 mission. So how did Intuitive Machines work that out?
Yes, we worked a reimbursable Space Act agreement with NASA to allow us to test our network not only with Artemis at 430,000 kilometers, but also with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, as well as the GOES satellite.
Okay, and what are the goals overall for Intuitive Machines? How do you want to expand this LDN coverage?
So we believe that as the market expands at lunar distance, many people will need the capability to send data back, particularly if you're operating spacecraft on the backside of the moon. You need to be able to have a relay satellite. So we're going to put relay satellites in orbit to complement our ground-based systems, which are, again, large dishes all over the world. And by doing that, we'll be able to hopefully create a market for that data system from lunar space.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to share that has gone into the development of this network?
It's really exciting. We've actually been using it this week once we launched Odysseus into space, and we're taking it to the moon. We've been using this network that we tested with NASA systems for the whole week, and it's been incredible to see it work and see it in action. We have a long ways to go with it. We need to add additional satellites to the system so that we can relay data back from the moon. But we think it is the future of humanity in lunar space.
Thanks so much. It's really exciting to see this in action. And we are just minutes away from acquisition of signal to confirm deorbit insertion. So we're going to send it back over to Josh and Gary to follow along with the operations.
Thanks, Leah. That Lunar Data Network information feeds into Nova Control's communications and ground network console screens. It's just one of many different screens that are used by the flight controllers, and we want to bring you closer into the mission and into our Mission Operations Center. Let's take a look at what flight controller teams are seeing now. This particular screen is called the Deorbit Descent and Landing, or DDL screen.
Oh, they've
This
gone
screen is primarily
in
used by
mono,
the mission
just on
director
the
and
left
landing
signal,
system experts.
because I actually
It's used
broadcast in
primarily
surround
while
sound.
Nova-C
You may hear
orbits the
that
moon
coming to the
and
left.
through landing.
Very
The
strange.
top right images of the moon are called the lunar tactical view.
They need me
where the
to take
dots
care of
turn
their
red.
audio.
The lander is on the far side of the moon, and green is on the near side. The line is the tail where Nova-C is, with each dot representing 10 minutes of elapsed time. The acceleration sensed portion of the screen shows raw acceleration values from Nova-C's inertial measurement unit. This is used a lot during burn maneuvers and is a more robust way of measuring acceleration over time, with the ability to look back at what has happened. For some reason, flight controllers have lost data. Finally, the column on the right is a received, accepted, edited, and failed pre-checked, or RAFE chart for short. When each of these lines are on top of each other, that's a good indication that Nova-C's navigation system is in good health. That's because every measurement Nova-C makes must be received, accepted, edited, or failed pre-check. The failure is a possible outlier of data that the lander's computer automatically knows is bad information. Collectively, the DDL screen is one of many data displays that flight controllers are monitoring to successfully navigate Nova-C to the lunar surface.
Data visualization is an essential component for flight controllers who need to process this data for real-time decision-making in Nova Control. Now again, we're following along with the flight control teams here in Nova Control prior to the next critical steps, including activation of the navigation Doppler LiDAR to provide guidance, navigation, and control for the landing phase. This is expected around 4:45 p.m. Central Time. The next critical milestone is powered descent initiation at 5:11 p.m. Central. This burn is the first in a sequence of maneuvers that starts about 12 minutes prior to landing, or about 50 minutes from now. Nova-C is, of course, landing on the moon as a delivery truck for the scientific instruments and technology demonstrations on board. There are 12 total payloads, 6 of which are NASA's. Let's review a few of those payloads as we continue to descend towards the lunar surface. First is radio observations of the lunar surface photoelectron sheath, or ROLSes. ROLSes will employ 4 antennas and a low-frequency radio receiver system to determine the density and scale height of the moon's photoelectron sheath, a very thin layer of electrons above the surface of the moon, and will also detect solar radio bursts, radio emissions from Jupiter, dust impacting the surface of the moon, and how radio noisy Earth is.
An exciting radio telescope is going to be placed on the moon. It is called ROLSes.
The stock is
Stands
just
for
waiting.
radio wave observations from the lunar surface of the
8.59 in the after
electron
hours.
sheet. It's going to detect all kinds of radio emission that is falling on the moon. Right now it is close to solar maximum, so the sun is producing a lot of coronal mass ejections and radio emission associated with them, and we can detect these radio bursts from the sun. Characterization of the radio environment of the moon is very important. It has not been completely done, and therefore ROLSes will be able to contribute in identifying various sources of radio emission on the sun. If you are setting up an observatory on the moon, we should know what kind of radio interference we get there.
The Laser Retroreflector Array, or LRA, is a collection of 8 retroreflectors that enable precision laser ranging, which is a measurement of the distance between the orbiting or landing spacecraft to the reflector on the lander. LRA is a passive optical instrument that will function as a permanent location marker on the moon for decades to come.
This is a little mirror that's aiming at you all the time, regardless which way you're looking at it. My name is Xiaolei Sang. I'm a LiDAR instrument scientist. It's a small retroreflector mounted on an aluminum shell on the intuitive machine landers. When you shine laser on it, it reflects right back at you. The purpose is to have a precise fiducial marker on the landers. It serves as a landmark for future missions if you want to go back and land it there.
Stereo cameras for lunar plume surface studies, or SCALPs, will use a suite of 4 cameras to capture stereo and still image data of the dust plume created by the lander's engine from when it begins its descent to the lunar surface all the way down through engine shutoff.
SCALPs is an array of small cameras that will be placed around the base of a lunar lander and collect imagery during the descent and landing of the vehicle. Using a technique called stereophotogrammetry, we can use those images to reconstruct a 3D shape of the ground. As the lander comes down, its hot engine plumes will interact with the surface. Our cameras will begin acquiring images from before this interaction begins until after the vehicle has landed on the surface. The SCALPs cameras will specifically be looking at the overall crater formation and erosion of the ground due to the rocket plumes. The final stereo images, which will be stored on a small onboard data storage unit, will be transferred to the lander and then downlinked to Earth, where we can use them to reconstruct the overall erosion volume and shape of the ground. With the Artemis program, we plan to establish a sustained lunar exploration and try to land multiple payloads in close proximity to one another. SCALPs data will be a critical part of understanding these phenomena and improving our computational models to inform these future landings.
Radio frequency mass gauge, or RFMG, is a fuel gauge used to measure the amount of propellant in spacecraft tanks in a low-gravity space environment. Using sensor technology, RFMG will measure the amount or mass of cryogenic propellant in Nova-C's fuel and oxidizer tanks, providing data that can help predict fuel usage on future missions.
I'm Greg Zimmerly, the principal investigator for the radio frequency mass gauge payload. This instrument is a space-age fuel gauge. We're going to use it to measure the amount of cryogenic propellant in the Intuitive Machines Nova-C lander propellant tanks. These propellants are very cold. They're at about minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now we're integrating the instrument onto an actual lunar lander. Future lunar missions, like those in the Artemis program, will likely also use cryogenic propellants and have to store those propellants in space for long periods of time. So having an instrument like this that can measure the propellant in the tanks in low gravity will help future lunar missions know how much fuel is in the tank at all times.
Now we'll discuss 2 more NASA payloads, Navigation Doppler LiDAR, or NDL, and the Lunar Node 1, or LN1, later during our broadcast. We'll have a special guest later in the broadcast to talk NDL upon its activation during descent. And Josh, we did get word that some of the processing of the optical images from NDL are already performing. They did some checks, and they're performing very well. Now, a common theme you'll find among the NASA payloads on IM-1 is helping to demonstrate technologies and our understanding of the lunar landscape that could very well improve operations for landing on the moon in the future. From understanding the environment to precision sensors to literal beacons, the technology on IM-1 will help guide technologies and operations for future lunar exploration.
And Gary, with CLIPS as a springboard of innovation, Intuitive Machines designed and developed its complete lunar program to help support CLIPS and carry out the essential part of that directive, which included calling for the commercial development of the moon. Back in 2018, the U.S. government declared the moon of strategic interest. At that time, few companies and institutions were working on payloads designed for the moon because no one had been to the lunar surface in over 50 years. Gary, in the time it takes to get an undergraduate degree, 6 commercial entities created payloads for the IM-1 mission. We'll view all of them as pioneers helping shape this brand new lunar economy.
And Josh, a true lunar economy should not have just NASA as a sole customer. NASA's CLIPS initiative encourages a model where NASA is just one of many customers. And this is an important element to ensure that this model of transporting incredible science and technology instruments to the lunar surface is a sustainable and robust one.
Well, it's important, and Gary, it's also promising in this situation. The commercial interest for delivering science and technology demonstrations continues to grow. As of our 3rd planned mission, we're seeing more and more non-CLIPS payloads from both domestic and international companies and institutions which are driving us towards a future, maybe completely commercial mission to the moon, possibly as soon as our 4th mission.
Well, even on IM-1, there is a variety of unique commercial payloads. It's a good snapshot of out-of-the-box ways to think about what the moon can offer.
Well, that's part of the challenge beyond just creating the capability to land on the moon safely. We had to look toward a new emerging ideas and find innovative ways that may add value on Earth and spaceflight. Let's learn a little bit more about those payloads and the lunar lander attempting to make history.
The Nova C was our version of a liquid oxygen, liquid methane lander, and we went about imagining that into existence.
Intuitive Machines' Nova C class 3D printed engine took its first breath of liquid methane and liquid oxygen in 2018 on an airstrip at Ellington Airport in Houston, Texas.
We didn't have enough money for a facility with blast walls and water suppression or water deluge, so we had to test outside in the environment of Houston, where the temperature is about 100 degrees and the humidity is like the same, and we have an 18-hour day rolling out to the runway. It was brutal, but we did it to get the critical test engine data we needed to build our own engine.
Designed, manufactured, and controlled in space by Intuitive Machines, Nova C's structure is primarily carbon composite.
We needed to build the lightest weight structure we could. That meant honeycomb aluminum core with composite face sheets, composite struts, and most importantly, linerless composite propellant tank. Man, what a challenge that was.
Between the engine, carbon composites, software, and electronics required to build a Nova C lunar lander, it took an incredible amount of touch labor to get to the launch pad.
We worked very closely with San Jacinto Community
At the end of this broadcast, when it's all done,
certification course
I would like to be able to promote the stock. I am very bullish on Lunar. I was awarded the title of World Piano Man, so I am going to do, 80% of you have voted, I'm going to do Rocket Man at my piano, a special tribute to Lunar. I will then cut it as a video by itself. If everyone could share it, and share the stream, and let's get some attention to this stock, and we can do that together. So I will do a tribute to Lunar at the end of today's show, and if you could all then share the stream out, tag it, you can clip it underneath the video, and let's tell the world about Intuitive Machines.
Outdoor products will help protect Nova C from extreme temperatures in space.
They've got brilliant ideas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Faz.
To help build this economy, I think that raises all boats, and it's as serving as the
we currently rank number 1 and 2 for this stock in the world on Google and YouTube. So some good sentiment.
Now the lander and our payload customers require command and control in space. Intuitive Machines' Mission Operations Center provides both of those elements. It's called Nova Control, Nova being the name of our lunar lander class, and Control being the nerve center of our entire lunar program. Its unique circular design fosters a collaborative environment
There's no fate
where
going
flight
here.
controllers
I'll
and
be
customers
playing and
may
singing
make
live
agile
100%.
decisions. Let's take a live look.
Yeah, and inside that flight control room, Josh, it's important to note that these are not the only teams that have been in this room over the past 7 days. This is staffed 24/7 inside in Nova Control here. There's red, white, and blue teams that support this mission.
Gary, the mission required 24/7 operations. We're somewhere in between the 7th and 8th day. This has been 3 teams, red, white, and blue, working 8-hour shifts, which really turned into just about everybody working 12-hour shifts each. In addition, there's another team, the gold team, that's running problems and solving solutions that are coming up in the future. And at this moment, we talked about this being a dynamic situation, using 2 of NDL's lasers to feed into our HRN and TRN cameras to provide a landing solution. Every asset available out of all of these teams is on hand right now to solve these intractable problems and take the best shot at the moon we possibly can.
It really took a team to solve some of these, as you mentioned, a dynamic situation. Now, you talked about the design of this room, fostering that collaboration. It's a little different from what I'm used to over at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where you have consoles that are facing towards large screens. What exactly is the logic behind this particular design?
Really, we wanted to get everybody together into where we're a small company. There's not a lot of us. Agility is our strong suit in this situation, and this room really suited us. It's a situation where we can put our payload customers inside the center.
I just want to clarify, we've got Leo Sudbury, who likes to spread false information. I have checked incognito mode. I do rank number 1 and number 2 on YouTube and Google for the stock. If you do LUNR stock, I rank number 1 and number 2, depending which day you look, for the stock. That's a fact. Leo Sudbury always likes to spread false information. It's not true.
Spacecraft subsystem.
And the captain of this whole thing is usually the mission director. In this case, this is Blue Team. That is Dr. Tim Crain. He's our co-founder and chief technology officer, serving as mission director today. Now, flight control operators continue to monitor Nova-C's performance. Operationally, we're still counting down to PDI ignition at 5:11 p.m. Central Time.
I just wanted to clarify this. This is very important. I don't like people trying to spread false information.
Let's head over to Leah Cheshire.
Just
Leah.
look here. If in incognito
Thanks so much,
mode,
and I am now
if
here
you
with
type
Ben
in
Bussey,
lunar
Intuitive
stock,
Machines chief scientist, to talk about Malapert A.
LUNR stock, incognito mode, so it doesn't know it's me searching, I rank number 1 for the stock, top channels for this search term, Martyn Lucas Investor. So please do not say I don't rank number 1 when I do. I never ever make up anything on this show.
A fun challenge for the team, but we think we found a good, large, safe area free of boulders and craters. The other key was to try and land in the south polar region of the moon. If you know, NASA, through the Artemis program with their international partners, will be sending humans to the moon in this decade. So the goal was to find somewhere in the south polar region that was large and safe, and we sort of think just outside the rim of Malapert is sort of a Goldilocks location that will allow all the payloads to get the data that they want to get.
And you talked for just a second about that lunar highland material. That's what we believe Malapert A to be composed of. What is really interesting about the lunar highlands?
So if you look at the moon, you will see bright and dark regions, and the dark regions are lunar mare, which are old volcanic flows. The bright regions are mountains, are the highlands, which actually represent the original.
It's not because you're not a member. It's because you make up stories all the time, and I will not allow you to do it on the show. We're not having anybody trying to troll the channel. So Leah Sudbury, I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Watch another channel.
NASA likes its acronym, so it's the stereo camera for lunar plume studies. And so that camera, which is 4 video cameras, will image the dust of the highland terrain right before we land, and so we will learn how it behaves as landers come down. So as we start to put multiple things near the poles, we know how far away we have to land.
And we know that there are some interesting conditions for these areas.
We'll keep checking the price at the same time.
That can be lighting, that can be communications, terrain itself. So what can we expect at Malapert A?
So yeah, as you get very close to the poles, the lighting and communications becomes very challenging. And so for IM-1, we've gone to about 10 degrees, about 300 kilometers from the pole. And we think that's a good location because it's the closest to the pole that anyone's landed. But for example, we've chosen a site where you can see the Earth all the time, which is obviously communications being a key challenge. Whereas for IM-2, our second mission later this year, we'll go even closer to the pole. So for example, one of the things that we can study is, while we see the Earth all the time, it's still close to the horizon. And one of the things that communication engineers want to know is how communication is affected when the Earth is really close. So that's one example of something we can do in support of Artemis.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, Ben. That's all the time we have right now. We're going to send it back to Josh and Gary to talk a little bit about the landing sequence.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, Malapert A is a fascinating satellite crater to Malapert, a crater only 300 kilometers from the moon's south pole. The site is named after Charles Malapert, a 17th century Belgium astronomer. The area around the landing site is believed to be made of lunar highland material, similar to Apollo 16's landing site. Apollo 16 was the first Apollo mission to visit the lunar highlands in an area called Descartes. Scientists believe the highlands offered insights into the moon's early history. The Descartes landing site turned out to be a source of rich scientific
When
information.
people say we haven't been to the moon, it's quite funny. We've been many times, not just once.
4 billion years ago during
So
the
if
moon's
they scanned
formation,
it,
when the
they
outer
scanned
regions
it
were still
many
molten.
times.
The IM-1 mission is carrying
People
NASA
that
payloads
say
that will
that
help better
never
characterize
mention the
this
fact we've been
important
many
scientific
times.
landing site for future Artemis missions.
And Gary, we were originally targeting from NASA Oceanus Procellarum. It was a lunar mare in the region of the near side of the moon. The decision to move from the original landing site in Oceanus Procellarum was based on the need to learn more about terrain communications near the lunar south pole, which is expected to be made up of some of the best locations for sustained human presence on the moon. Landing near Malapert A also will help mission planners understand how to communicate and send data back to Earth from a location that is low on the lunar horizon.
Now we're coming up on the NDL activation. We have more information about how Intuitive Machines flight controllers intend to land on the moon using this NDL, NASA's Navigation Doppler LiDAR.
And Gary, since choosing to orbit the moon one more time, flight controllers have been working to resolve a challenge with the lander's laser rangefinders assigned to the terrain relative navigation and hazard relative navigation cameras. Those provide landing solutions to Odysseus. The lasers are intended to determine altitude and horizontal velocity, but the ones on the lander right now are not working.
These are essential measurements required to land on the moon. And while Nova-C's laser rangefinders are not operable, NASA's Navigation Doppler LiDAR sensors are.
So during the last 2-hour orbit, flight controllers have been loading software patches and resetting the lander's guidance, navigation, and control system to use 2 laser beams from NASA's Navigation Doppler LiDAR as primary navigation sensors to land Odysseus.
That's right, and we're coming up on the timeline for
Stock
when
price is going
about
down
to
on this
begin the
news.
activation of NDL.
Stock
This
price
a
is going
three-step
down on
process
this news.
from
People are
powering on,
fearing that there
becoming
might be a
ready
problem.
For operation about 5 minutes later.
Yeah, the
and
stock
then
price is
integrating
dropping.
Those sensors with Nova-C's terrain and hazard relative navigation cameras ahead of Nova-C landing. So while we wait, let's learn a little more about NDL.
So the Artemis program is taking NASA back to the moon, and everything that goes there, including the instruments and people, must be flown there safely and landed there precisely. So the landing phase of that task
I'm
is
going
one
to
of the most
overlay on
critical
the
aspects
screen.
of it. NDL is a LiDAR instrument that is used to enable that capability. It uses light in the same way that sonar uses sound. For NDL, we have 3 telescopes where light would come out of the telescope, hit the moon's surface, and some of that light will be reflected back. These telescopes are mounted on the outside of a vehicle so you get a clear view of the ground as it's coming in for a landing. In the Apollo era, large radars or astronauts using their eyes looking out of a viewport were used to help land the vehicles. NDL is going to have to take the burden off of the crew with a much smaller, lower power, and more accurate instrument.
And we just got an update from one of the flight controllers that the HRN and TRN cameras assigned to Nova-C are still nominally processing images using 2 of those NDL lasers. Quite the feat, Gary.
No, it's absolutely incredible and a very important
Stock
milestone
price
to
is
reach.
down.
Now, with that understanding, let's
Top
learn
left-hand
more about how this
corner of the
technology
screen.
is playing an active role in this dynamic situation. Let's head over to Leah Cheshire. Leah?
Thanks so much, Gary. I'm joined now by Prasad Desai. He's NASA's Deputy Associate Administrator for the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Thank you so much for being here.
Grateful to be here.
So let's talk a little bit about the novel landing technology that is NDL. Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, so NDL stands for Navigation Doppler LiDAR. And one of the challenges for doing any space missions is knowing where you are and trying to figure it out, right? And so we're looking to develop newer and newer capabilities that we can do that more precisely and that take up less volume and mass on the spacecraft so that you can have all the available payload mass for instruments and other scientific things that we're trying to do. And so this is the next generation of a new capability where we're trying to go from the traditional measurement using radar to a laser-based system. And so that's what this navigation dipole LiDAR will be doing, is sending out 3 laser beams to try to get the velocity measurements in the lateral direction as well as the vertical.
Investors are getting nervous.
So when it comes to NDL, what are some of the challenges we expect to see?
60 miles from the moon.
So we've tested it on the ground
59
in a number of
miles.
platforms, from helicopters to landers here on the surface, on the Earth, to test this out. But this is the first time we're going to test it actually in the space environment on a lunar surface.
58.
Right? And so we will see how that different environment will really affect the systems, right? And so one of the things that we would really like to know is what how the pulse comes back after they send the laser and how it reflects back to the system, how long it takes to process, and how it will help define the solutions to figure out the trajectory to go down
from the
to
surface.
on the surface.
Now, this technology has become a little more critical for today's mission, so can you talk about how NDL is now being used in today's landing?
Right, so we put this as a tech demo with tech demonstration as a test, right? We weren't planning to use it in line with the actual mission coming down to the landing, but now we are. So basically it is now the primary system to help provide the velocity and altitude information so that the lander can land safely on the surface. And that's important because as the lander comes close down, we don't want it to tip over. And so we need to get an understanding of the vertical velocity so it knows how much thrust to slow down, but also the lateral velocity.
53.
Because if it comes down sideways too much, it can tip over and fall. So by knowing the velocity, the lander
hybrid
can decide
trader,
exactly
this is
how
live.
to come down
This
and
is
hover
live stock
basically
price.
slowly to come down. And that's why it's really important to do this testing. But here
We
we
are
are
watching
today.
the
We're gonna try it
24-hour
for the
stock
first time
price.
in line, and so we're very excited for the mission.
Yeah, a demonstration
Right,
totally in
I'll read that.
action.
Yes.
So just very briefly, there are 2 other tech demos on this mission. Can you
Stock
cover
is
those
moving
very
up.
quickly?
Yeah, so 2 other things that we're trying to improve on is one, radio frequency mass gauge, which is to try to get a measurement of the
Houston,
fuel that's on the on
we
on
don't
any
have a
system, any
problem
spacecraft.
yet.
One of the things about low gravity is the propellant doesn't settle down, where like in a car gas tank, it's on the bottom so you can measure it easy. In space, it floats. And so how can we do that so we know how much propellant there really is? And then the other one is scalps. One of the things that as it lands, the thrust is going to throw up all this ejecta of the lunar regolith and thing. And so we have 4 stereo cameras that are
Go
going to
back
take
to the
images of that
numbers.
and
We
get
must be
data
about
so
40
that
miles
we can improve
now.
our modeling, so that in future landings we can make them more safer and things like that. So we're using that as a technology demonstration as well to improve future landings.
Let's see
them
him land on the moon,
Well,
on the
thank
sun.
you so much, Prasanna. It's really been great speaking with you. Really exciting stuff. And for now, we're going to send it back to Gary and Josh.
Here we go.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Nova C is a little less than 55 kilometers from the lunar surface and about 20 minutes to powered descent initiation, a critical maneuver that marks the beginning of Nova C's final moments before touching down on the lunar surface. It's no secret that landing on the moon is challenging. Countries around the world have attempted this incredible feat, some successful and some not. Of course, the United States has landed on the moon many times, most notably during the Apollo program. But this may be the first landing by a U.S. commercial company enabled under NASA's CLIPS initiative. Ahead of these important milestones, let's discuss the challenges of landing on the moon through CLIPS. Take a look.
Landing on the moon is hard. We're going back. Under this Artemis program, we're going to be sending
$8.54
humans to the moon
now.
for the first time since Apollo. So ahead of humans, we want to get up as much science exploration and technology experiments as possible.
So CLIPS starts facilitating a lot of the early science, the things we want to learn before we even send humans. CLIPS stands for Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS.
The services part is the key element. Ordinarily, when NASA delivers a payload to the surface of the moon, they do it with a commercial partner, but NASA controls the building of the vehicle. Now, we're buying the service of delivery of our lunar payloads to the surface of the moon.
It is a delivery service, akin to a delivery service that you'd have here on Earth.
NASA will provide payloads to a commercial company. They decide how to get it to the moon. They have to develop their own lander, but they also have to manage the entire end-to-end mission.
It's meant to provide affordable, rapid, frequent access to the lunar surface through American companies.
We're funding
Eric
different
donated
companies.
$3. Dogecoin will make to the moon 35.40000000
Doge. When
Doge.
we started Clips was to help establish a
Thank
lunar
you very
economy.
much,
Somebody
Eric.
has to do it first, and then it becomes commercially available.
Just got a
Then they're able to
Dogecoin
crank
tip.
them up.
How
Then they're
wonderful
able
is
to make it
that?
more affordable. And so the
Thank you,
lunar
Eric
surface
B.
is just the next
It read it out, by the way.
frontier
Did you
for
notice?
environment.
But we had to acknowledge up front,
It
all the way
worked.
through the highest levels of the agency's leadership, that some of them will fail. These missions may not be as successful as a traditional NASA mission.
We have accepted the risk that going through this innovative approach with these commercial companies, that there could be some
The
failures.
order
Some
book
of them are new
looks
companies.
like people
None of
are
them have
selling
ever
the stock.
successfully landed on the
Just a
surface
quick
of the
look.
moon. So they're going to learn lessons.
We need to give our vendors the opportunity to learn.
And so
As
that'll
you can
help
see, but
ultimately
level
drive
2
down our risk
data is
as these
heavily
companies learn,
manipulated.
okay, what does it take to actually
So don't
build
use
up the
that
lunar
as a
lander,
guide.
integrate payloads, get to the lunar surface and land safely.
They've been able to demonstrate that they have very, very good technical depth and the ability to design and execute missions. We're willing to take more shots on goal. We aren't risking human lives. And in the big picture, if we're flying missions at 1/10 of the cost of a NASA mission and we fail 2 of them, we still get 8 missions for that same price.
Even with 1 or 2 or 3 failures, this is still a very economical proposition. It's a risk posture which is more risk tolerant than NASA is accustomed to. There's not a single one of these companies that's willing to bet their mission on a coin toss. Every one of them is doing what they can in order to have the most successful mission possible. But the important thing
Stock
to realize is
price
that
is
risk
moving
tolerance
upwards.
does not mean risky. And the rewards are a long-term ability to get payloads to the moon inexpensively, frequently, and rapidly.
We want science, so we can then put more of our resources on even more science, exploration, and technology payloads and get more of a return on investment when we get to the moon.
CLIPS provides tremendous benefit across the scientific and economic communities.
So there's a lot we'd like to learn about the moon to help human habitation and prepare us for missions to Mars and beyond.
So the moon is the first step.
The teams here in Nova Control have been working diligently over the past 7 days to take us this far and are laser focused on the operations ahead. We're following the clock down to the start of those autonomous operations of Nova-C, starting with the powered descent initiation. For now, we're heading back over to Leah Cheshire. who's
Thank you,
standing
Eric.
by with NASA's Associate Administrator. Leah.
Thank you, Gary. I'm joined now by Jim Free, NASA's Associate Administrator. Thank you for joining us, Jim.
Thanks for having me.
This is a big day, and what are some of the challenges to landing on the moon that people might not expect?
Well, it is a
If
big
you
day.
are not a member, do consider subscribing and becoming a member today. There are tons of perks and informative resources that make membership a great investment.
Surface.
Thank you for
The
that
lighting
wonderful
conditions
super
are a
chat.
lot
Thank you
different
very
than at the
much.
equator.
Very
So
much
you have,
appreciated.
Your hazard detection has to be a little more reliable. You have to be able to do that last minute avoiding of the hazards that are on the surface.
American
and finding that
Truther,
right place,
if you are a
to set
member,
down so you're
I can
also
review
level
and
or
many
within
more
a
perks, just
tolerance that
like
can
our
be,
member just
level on the
announced.
surface.
It's
We
just
talked a
part
little
of
bit
the
about
membership
how this
perks.
is a different model for us. So how does NASA help ensure success while we also allow these companies to figure out their solutions?
We're able to offer our technical expertise, so companies can ask for technical experts from NASA that might be an expert on lunar surface conditions or orbits around the moon, or even just in assembly of the spacecraft, the vehicles. But they can also ask
26
for help
miles
during the mission.
from the
We
surface of the
provide help
moon.
through our deep space network to get the communications, to bring the data back
25.
to the control center here to help them maybe understand their orbit better or get more communication with the spacecraft as well. So both in advance of the mission and during the mission also.
And CLIPS is just one way that NASA is using, we're working to strengthen the American space economy. So what are some other ways, and why is NASA pursuing this commercial route for complicated space missions?
So we started back in space station, where we started with the commercial cargo, where we spurred on investment in commercial delivery of cargo to space station. That's ported over into our cruise flying commercially. We're doing that on the Artemis program, buying things by service so that we can spur on other investment that allows us to get our resources and use them elsewhere to do other parts of our mission, exploring the moon or beyond.
You talked a little bit about Artemis for a second. So how does CLIPS fold into NASA's plans with Artemis and with this Moon to Mars architecture?
I think I could talk about Artemis for hours,
Me
but
too.
but CLIPS is absolutely essential for Artemis. It's our first steps of understanding the lunar environment. So the Intuitive Machines lander is going to help us understand how the lunar dust moves as the rocket plume, the exhaust of the rocket hits that dust. We need to understand that because we're going to land even bigger landers with our humans in the future, and we want to land it close to our other elements so we're not blowing that dust everywhere. How does it behave? So that's just one part of it, but it is our first step of understanding that environment that we're going to put our astronauts on the surface.
And of course, we're really, really looking forward to that mission. But for now, thank you so much for joining us here today. We are going to go back to Gary and Josh to highlight some more payloads ahead of the powered descent initiation.
Hey, thanks, Leah. A report at 4:54 p.m. Central Time from the flight control teams shared that Nova C is less than 30 kilometers above the lunar surface and is in the lunar southern hemisphere. We're still on track for PDI at 5:11 p.m. Central Time. Nova C will perform this maneuver to slow the vehicle's descent, then pitch over and scan the landing site for hazards, making any necessary corrections in the final burns to ensure a safe landing. We've highlighted 5 of the 6 NASA payloads so far throughout our broadcast today. Let's talk about the final NASA payload, LN1. Lunar Node 1, or LN1, is a small CubeSat-sized flight hardware experiment that integrates navigation and communication functionality for autonomous navigation.
Please do smash the like button, share this positive information out to the world. If you tap the like button, it will share it out to more people. Click the share button. Thank you.
To figure out where you are in and around the moon. I'm holding in my hands the Lunar Node 1 mass simulator. We use this build to test out our vibrational modes, put on a shake table, and also do fit checks with the lander itself. Inside of our payload, we have multiple electronics boards that fit within this chassis that is a little bit about a half a U in size. You can see our external connectors here where we have our data and power to the lander itself. And within here, we have multiple boards that do the power regulation, our data control, our FPGAs, all those kind of electronics pieces are in here, as well as a small S-band radio that attaches up underneath this top radiator in order to distribute this heat, and then to talk to the antenna, which mounts here. This is the same size and build as the flight payload. It's just not covered in MLI or some of the other materials that you'll see on the flight build itself.
LN1 will test a lunar navigation concept of operations with the implementation of MAPS, or the Multi-Spacecraft Autonomous Positioning System. Ideally, this kind of technology can support a network of communication and navigation amongst local surface and orbital operations. LN1 will test multiple navigation links from the surface of the moon back to Earth to characterize both MAPS transfers as well as GPS-like signals that could support a future lunar communication and navigation network.
Gary, one of the best things about communication and data is getting imagery back. And Intuitive Machines has several camera systems on board, including EagleCam. It started as a challenge from our CEO, Steve Altemus, to his alma mater, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Students and faculty created EagleCam to take an out-of-this-world selfie of Odysseus landing on the moon. The camera system could capture the world's first ever third-person picture of a spacecraft making an extraterrestrial landing. The camera system is designed to deploy off of Nova C approximately 30 meters above the lunar surface and take images of Odysseus during landing. Additionally, the device will test a dust removal system, which could lead to the future advances in spacesuit technology. As part of this project for EagleCam, Embry-Riddle teamed up with NASA's Kennedy Space Center to demonstrate the NASA-developed electrodynamic dust shield, or EDS. EDS uses an electric field to remove dust. The technology was tested aboard the International Space Station and will be the first ever demonstration of EDS technology on the lunar surface after landing. Intuitive Machines also had several cameras on the lander, including wide and narrow field of view cameras. They started the mission with incredible imagery as the SpaceX second stage deployed our Nova C lunar lander, capturing iconic images of the Earth after separation. It requires a lot of planning, work, and just a hint of luck. Payload integration managers programmed the lander's wide and narrow field view cameras to take 5 quick images every 5 minutes for 2 hours, starting 100 seconds after separating from SpaceX's second stage. Out of all of those images that were taken, we ended up with just 4 inspiring ones to show humanity's place in the universe. And right now, we're a little more than 10 minutes from powered descent initiation. Let's go to Leah Cheshire one last time for the final interview ahead of this critical maneuver. Leah.
Thanks, Josh. I'm here now with Nikki Fox, NASA's Associate Administrator for the Science Mission Directorate. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This is a great day.
It is a great day, and you're watching this with leaders from NASA and Intuitive Machines, just very close to here. What's happening in the room right now just before these final descent maneuvers?
Oh, there's just excitement, anticipation. Everybody knows landing on the moon, going to the moon is hard. And we're already celebrating because this mission is already a success. We've launched, we had a beautiful launch. We've taken great science data all the way, every single challenge. The team has really risen up and solved it. And now we're in lunar orbit, minutes away from starting our descent down to the lunar surface. So for me, so many successes with this mission already. So just a lot of excitement.
I'm loving that. So
she's probably not a shareholder.
Companies in a very unique way.
Different ball game if you're a shareholder.
Some people would probably consider this a bold endeavor. But what does it mean to you when you look at pursuing challenges in a bold new way?
I mean, you're right. It is bold. It is a new way of doing science. It is a partnership with totally new companies who haven't done these things before, and we are partnering with them, and they are taking our science. It's a way for us to get more science and more technology to the moon quickly. So it's faster. It's very cost effective. It's very efficient. We're on our way. We've got the 6 payloads from NASA, and we're excited to get them down there. With every new thing we do, there's always a challenge, there's always risks. This is a high risk but super high reward, and it'll get tons of science on the surface. And for my NASA science, this is exciting because our Artemis missions and our lunar science touches all 5 of our science divisions in very profound ways. So super excited.
You said high reward, so I want to talk for a minute about the valuable scientific insight that we can get from the moon. What is that? What does it mean for NASA?
I mean, there's so much we can do on the moon, particularly where this one is going down to the South Pole. We think we're going to find great volatiles down there. So as we get prepared to send our astronauts there, then we know that there's water there, and we can use that water. Water's very heavy to carry, so it's really great if you can use it on the moon. We can break it up into hydrogen and oxygen, use it for fuel. Really great for our sustainability, but also where they're going is one of the oldest regions of the moon, about 3.85 billion years old. So we can actually learn about what our solar system was like before life started. Life is very noisy. We're very, very noisy here on Earth. The moon is just like pristine, and so we can really do some amazing science.
I look forward to learning more about it. So any final words before we wrap it up?
Just thank you. I mean, literally, thank you. This is such an amazing team. Thank you to the people that put the science and the technology experiments on with us, those teams. Thank you to the commercial teams that put their instruments on and are riding with us. Thank you, of course, to Intuitive Machines for this just beautiful.
What about all of us? Thanks to us.
Lander, and thank you to SpaceX for a beautiful ride to space. It's such an incredible effort. All one. I don't know. I'm a big bundle of emotion. Go NASA, go CLIPS, go ODI, go Intuitive Machines.
I'm with you all the way. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Here we go,
now we
folks.
Are following Intuitive Machines flight controllers during
Nova's
final descent. So back to
about an hour ago, if we land and all is good, and afterwards,
Thanks a lot for that, Leah.
would you
During
like me to
interview
play
for folks
in
at
my
home, we
studio
did hear
behind me,
that there was a
Rocket
maneuver
Man,
to burn
tribute
attitude,
to Luna?
which means the lander
You said
is starting
yes,
to make the positional
78%.
requirements needed. And we're
I
going
will
to start
do it at
listening
the very
into
end of the
the
broadcast.
IM1 channel so folks at home can hear. We just heard from flight controller about 5 minutes until TIG.
Altitude of 10 kilometers, downrange 1,100 kilometers.
TIG being time of ignition, so we're inside of 5 minutes.
TIG minus 5 minute deadpans.
TIG minus 5 minutes. We are standing by for powered descent initiation. Gary, this is a critical 11-minute burn to slow the lateral velocity such that Nova-C can pitch over for further operations. And while we were in that interview, we did hear that the main engine gimbal checkout was completed. So now we're focused on the operations with Nova Control. For folks at home, we are listening in to the live channel there.
That's right. A lot's happening in Nova Control. We're going to be hearing these status calls periodically as we follow the flight control teams that are monitoring Nova-C's descent towards the lunar surface. A lot's happening, Josh. Of course, we have this 11-minute burn. We're focused on the propulsion elements of this PDI. At the same time, the spacecraft is oriented in such a way that it can use a technology called terrain relative navigation to scan the environment along the way. What's happening there?
Right, so we know that we needed terrain relative navigation then when we were descending and coming down to the lunar surface. Now, this involves two pieces. You have a camera and you also have a laser rangefinder. At the top of the show, we started talking about, hey, the laser rangefinder that Intuitive Machines put on Nova-C, it's not operating. We made the decision for flight controllers to utilize 2 of the laser beams from NASA's NDL payload, make the software patches required to reassign those
Everybody
lasers
copy and paste.
into the TRN and
Come on,
HRN
do it.
cameras in order to give us an opportunity
Big
to land
moment,
on
exciting.
the south pole of the moon today. Gary, is quite
I
the
feel
feat
like Walter
and
Cronkite.
challenge overcome in just about 2 hours because we elected to delay that orbit and go into another orbit. That's why the show was a little bit later. It appears to be paying out. The last call-outs that we heard, Gary, we're talking about beginning processing optical images, and that was nominal. The last time we heard that was just about 20 minutes ago.
The status checkouts of these critical systems are essential to understanding the performance. The folks you see now on your view, this is Nova
Everybody
Control.
share,
They're monitoring
like,
every step,
positive
and all the
thoughts.
data
Come on,
coming
let's
from
share the
Nova-C
news out.
ahead of PDI, which is scheduled just a little bit after 5:11 p.m. Central Time. Exactly what are these folks looking at, Josh?
Well, right now everyone's looking at their assigned screens, and all of them are tailor-made. Generally, there's a few who are looking at the same type of screen, but they're tailor-made for their task. You have Spark looking at electronics, things like how hot are the electronics. Payloads are monitoring different parts and pieces. In
5
this
degrees to burn attitude.
5 degrees left until burn attitude. The vehicle's still getting ready for this PDI
I'm monitoring the
ignition, which we
entertainment.
expect here in just about 2 minutes, Gary. Two minutes.
Someone's got to broadcast it,
So
isn't they?
everyone's looking at their screens and doing their respective jobs and reporting up into the mission director, while the activity director is keeping in touch with everybody and making sure we're putting this whole thing together.
Press started.
Is the
The
stock
call for
price
tank
going to
press
explode?
started just a little bit before that, Gary. We did hear that they
873.
were working on the cryo fill. So these are all steps that are leading towards PDI, powered descent initiation. We expect that to take about 11 minutes, where we're slowing Nova-C's velocity approximately 1,800 meters per second, and that's required to get this lunar landing opportunity in just a few minutes.
90 seconds to TIG. Propellant tanks at flight pressure.
All right, 90 seconds until we begin that propulsive maneuver. Again, power descent initiation is about a 10 or 11-minute burn that will slow the spacecraft's descent.
Did you
A
see
lot's
that
going
guy
to
on his
happen
phone?
After that 10 minutes,
I think he was
Josh.
playing
This
Snake
is
or
a single
Tetris.
continuous burn. After
Did you
that,
look?
we're going to see a lot of events in rapid succession: pitch over, vertical, and terminal
Or he
descent.
was on Robin Hood buying
And we
some
just
more
heard another
shares.
call out from the prop console saying that feed line prep is complete. What that means is Nova-C's propulsion system, that mixture of liquid methane and liquid oxygen, that feed line is prepped, getting ready to go into an injector to blend those two propellants, and the propellant and the oxidizer, and have ignition of PDI. We're tracking that in
Leo
just under
Sabri,
a
Rocket
minute,
Man
Gary.
song right at the end.
Converging on burn attitude.
Lander is getting into the correct attitude required.
Line prep complete both sides.
Share
Another
price
call for
going
feed
down.
line prep complete for liquid methane and liquid oxygen in preparation for this PDI burn.
Selling his shares. I'm selling my shares. Too risky. $8.43.
15 seconds, exec mode.
15 seconds to exec mode. We're tracking a little less than a minute, though, until the time of ignition for power descent initiation.
Settling. Ignition. Throttling up. Main stage.
There we heard main stage ignition. That's coming from our prop console, Rob
Good
Moorhead.
control.
GNC call on good
Full
control.
thrust. Thrust to weight 1.5.
These are great call outs in between our prop console and our flight manager, Scott Tamblin, calling it as the data is feeding into the lander, which means we are continuing to have good communications. The lander is sending that back to flight controllers in Nova Control. Gary, something we prepared for, we planned on, is that loss of communications. And that's why we have this.
I see good thrust control.
It's a good thrust control call from prop, but that's why we have this autonomous lunar lander. You know, we know that, hey, we want to light PDI in this moment. These are the steps you need to get there. But from here in, this is an autonomous lunar lander, and flight controllers are monitoring communications and tracking the progress right along with the public right now with us.
Nova C has the helm. It is in control and is making the decisions necessary to ensure a soft landing. We heard call-outs about thrust, full thrust right now. There is the ability to throttle that thrust, and we'll see that throughout the descent as the fuel tanks continue to unload and we expel that propellant.
And we did have a few questions come in about how much gas are we giving this to slow down the vehicle. And we want to remind folks that this PDI burn
Commanded thrust 90%.
Goes in just about 90% right on time. So it goes in at 90% in order to, if the lander makes a decision and says, I need to slow down more and make a decision to make a safe landing, it's able to add a little bit more oomph and make that decision a reality rather than just a possibility.
I want to know who's holding the camera during this position here.
Fido, I'm showing 500 kilometers to target, but my display's a little bit stale.
841, stop price falling.
That's the mission director, Tim Crain, calling about 500 kilometers, but stating that his information might be just a bit stale.
1,000 PSI in the helium tank.
It's part of the reason we're showing this animation, Josh. Of course, this is not telemetry driven. We're just showing you exactly what's happening. As we hear the calls, this information is relayed through the audio loops. Not enough bandwidth to do a live stream of this, so we're relying on the data that's being fed from Nova C to Nova Control.
Yeah, that data is going into the flight controllers, and what you're seeing on your screen right now is just to give you an idea of the vehicle's attitude. You heard them talking about moving to a burn attitude. This is what we expect Nova C is doing right now. It is a simulation in the large screen just to give you an idea of what's happening over these critical approximate 10, 11 minutes of PDI-powered descent initiation, trying to slow Nova C down, bring that acceleration down to about 1,800 meters per second. And there's some follow-on steps after that, Gary. It involves pitching over the lander using that gimbaled engine. We heard the maneuver to burn attitude followed by main engine gimbal checkout. So they'll use that gimbal to pitch the lander over and start a vertical descent. This is where we start getting a little tricky as far as there is a final approach. It may add a few seconds, it may add a little bit of time, but we are intended to land right around 17:24. That's 5:24 p.m. Central Time, but know that there is some give and take. We're also expecting, plan for, and train for a little bit of loss of communication during this process.
That's right. And that communication is absolutely important. And part of the reason, and we've been stressing this, Josh, is the autonomous operations of Nova C. Part of that is after it performs that pitch over maneuver.
400 seconds to go and braking 1. Good control. Fido, I see TRN depause processing. In flight.
All right, that was the call that we were waiting for. That was our major problem we've been working on in this dynamic situation, is getting those images processed from the HRN camera, TRN camera, which in this case, a dynamic situation, we had to improvise a little bit, reach into those 2 laser beams from NDL, figure out a patch while we were in lunar orbit, just about 2 hours, and it sounds like we are getting good readings from those images. Absolutely remarkable feat. We also happened here, I think it was 400 seconds remaining. That was coming from Fido and Flight Dynamics. Sean Stewart working the console this evening.
This is excellent calls to hear. Hazard relative navigation is going to be used after the pitch over maneuver. This allows Nova C to make some decisions and scan the landing site underneath it and make decisions in an area that calculates the terrain to make sure that it's landing in a safe landing zone.
Right, so we finish up PDI, pitch over, and we have to use that hazard relative navigation, a critical tool in order to land on the moon, to make those decisions, right? There's no human eyes, human elements deciding, okay, I see the hazard, I need to steer this way, or maybe press the gas, press the brakes. This all happens autonomously, and this is a huge requirement and a great call out to hear about the HRN camera system and processing those images. Right now, I am tracking 5:16 p.m. We expect PDI to go until about 5:21, 5:22.
300 seconds and breaking one.
Or about 300 seconds to approximate those numbers.
Very precise. Josh, after those final series...
Thrust to weight is 1.7.
Following along, after those critical maneuvers...
Commanded thrust still 90%.
90% thrust. We'll hear those call-outs periodically. We started at full thrust, 90%,
Engine
still
performance
throttling.
nominal.
And good
500
performance
PSI
on that
left
engine.
intake.
That's a great call out. Two things there. Nominal performance on this engine as well as the helium tank. So what we haven't mentioned so far in the show is that the helium tank pressurizes that liquid methane and liquid oxygen tank. But in addition, it's also used for reaction control system. Those are the small spurts that you see at the top of the lander in the animation that control the vehicle's attitude. So for things like landing on the moon, you really want to land at the right attitude. That way your antennas are facing back, direct line of sight to Earth, and you can get that ultimate confirmation once you do suspect that you have landed on the moon.
The antenna alignment is an important element of landing on the moon, Josh. We're expecting the high gain antennas to be pointed towards Earth to confirm, but there may be a delay.
We are expecting some sort of delay. I had just talking to the mission directors about how quickly we could receive a positive confirmation after this landing process is through, and there was some dispute over how long. The earliest was just about 15 seconds after we see timing of when the event is supposed to happen. So right now we're tracking about 5:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So maybe anywhere from 15 seconds after that, maybe a few minutes, 2 to 3 minutes while we work to acquire that signal. Because as you mentioned, the lander is going to a general area.
9 kilometers altitude.
9 kilometers altitude call from Tim Crain. The lander is going into a general area that we say, this is the general area we want you to fly to. It's using that hazard relative navigation to make better decisions about this is an area with the least amount of slope. This is an area that's free of boulders and other obstacles. So it's making autonomous decisions about where to go.
3 minutes to go, breaking one.
3 minutes call. Just to wrap that up, when the lander is making those decisions, Gary, it's also very difficult to track. We've been very fortunate thus far tracking communications to this point.
To wrap that up, Josh, 3 minutes, that brings us to just shy of 5:22 p.m. Central Time. We should hear that the power descent and initiation burn is complete. Then we'll begin the next series of maneuvers to get us towards vertical and terminal descent. It starts with the pitch over.
And just looking at our notes here, we did go into this burn expecting pitch over at 5:21 and 57 seconds. So good call out on the timing of that maneuver. It's important to remember PDI starts an engine burn that does not stop until landing. So this is a throttleable liquid methane, liquid oxygen engine. We lit the engine at PDI, and while we are changing into a pitch over, vertical descent, and terminal descent and then landing, that is a throttle down to the lunar surface. And when we do get out of PDI, if we hear that call of PDI complete, good burn, everything after that is going to happen in very quick succession, Gary. The time it takes to go from pitch over to landing, or what we estimate landing to be, just looking at maybe 90 seconds is what we expect nominally.
3 minutes to touchdown.
There is some wiggle room. 3 minutes to touchdown call from the mission director.
Oh.
For an on-time landing, that sets us a little after 5:23 p.m. Central Time.
Right, our notes going into this burn, 5:23 and 25 seconds.
The autonomous operations, Josh, sets this to a clock. This is exactly what we got relayed before the start of our
Still
coverage
processing.
today. We're right on track.
DPAS, terrain relative navigation measurements.
Excellent call out. That solution that flight controllers were working so hard on to make sure HRN was working, pulling on extra resources that weren't originally planned for from those 2 laser beams from NDL. It appears and sounds like that solution is working, and the people working to patch that software were certainly under pressure. The clock was ticking as we went into that extra lunar orbit. It wasn't a situation where we could just sit in lunar orbit and try to solve our problems indefinitely, and it's sounding good so far on the call-outs.
2 minutes remaining till touchdown.
2 minutes to touchdown. That required a patch to be designed on the ground and uplinked to Nova-C to confirm that those laser sensors on NASA's navigation Doppler LiDAR could be routed to the terrain relative navigation and hazard relative navigation. That call out is fantastic.
Fighter, do you have an altitude reading?
Standing by to see if we can get an altitude reading from FIDO here. That's Flight Dynamics Officer Sean Stewart on blue team.
Confirm that looked like a pitch over gimbal. Let's do it.
Sounds like we have some data that confirms pitch over. This starts the HDA process. That's hazard detection avoidance. Throughout this show, you've heard Gary and I talking about the problem that was attempted to be solved in lunar orbit, making the decision to not only postpone this show.
NDL indicates altitude of 1,000 meters.
1,000 meters call out from NDL that is coming from flight management. This is a system right now. NDL was not intended to be the primary landing system on this. Instead, we're using 2 laser beams from NDL and feeding that into that hazard detection and avoidance system that you see on your screen right now, with the lander making autonomous decisions about where it wants to land. That is generally
less than 1 minute remaining to touchdown.
Less than 1 minute remaining for touchdown.
And again, that's the time of touchdown. It may take some time to actually confirm the status of the lander.
And in this process, we do have a deployment of Eagle Cam attempting to take the third-person images of Nova-C going down to the lunar surface. We are inside of 1 minute, Gary.
$875.
Yes, we're well on the blowdown.
QRV. Thanks for being here for and with us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And we're tracking here in the broadcast booth. The clock has reached the expected.
May take a minute for comms to reestablish. Stand by.
There it is, mission director beating us to it. We've reached the expected time of landing, but now is the process of waiting for comms, and we are in standby mode, as you heard it from the mission director, Dr. Tim Crain.
$890.
And 1 minute has elapsed from the notes that we have, Gary, of that original burn starting at PDI.
You have carrier lock.
That's MD asking if we are getting the ground stations locked on to Nova-C. That carrier lock call, Gary, we expect that to come from GroundNet or COM, that conversation possibly not happening on our public channel that we have access to. We're just standing by to hear that come through the channels as we approach almost 2 minutes since we estimated the landing time. We did get a few call-outs on the side, folks coming into the room saying there was about a 2-minute forgiveness in our timetables.
We are checking our antenna reception.
Checking antenna reception.
Stock price 841. Top left-hand corner. It's dropping. Two minutes has come and gone. We're just waiting now. Expected 2 minutes. And that time has
And
come.
we're standing by, Gary. We're
and
standing by
gone.
just as we approach 5:26 p.m. Central Standard Time.
This reminds me
Given
of
those
Apollo
mission directors'
13,
notes
remember?
of the flexibility between what we were tracking, what we were given was just about 5:24.
All stations, this is MD. Please look back through your logs and confirm the last information you had, and we'll determine this is a comm outage.
And that's the mission director, Gary. These are our notes here of what we believed. We talked about the comm outages with the lander making autonomous decisions. This is the process of going through the last bit of data that came into Nova Control and working to verify, okay, this is the last bit of data. Where was the lander possibly going? How do we look for it and establish those communications? Nova C uses 4 antennas
Selling off
placed
quickly,
at the top of the
777.
lander that are designed to capture
60.
these communications. But we did expect this. We talked about it, that this is a communications challenge in
Time
and of
has
itself. And
come
right now
and
we're
gone.
standing by to hear that communications call out.
We're just a little more than 3 minutes from
Oh,
the time
dear.
of when the clock reached 0
7:58.
for Nova C landing on the moon.
Come on. Come on. We're ready to celebrate. Has America landed on the moon? Come on. Very tense. The estimated time has come and passed.
And we just checked with our team here in the broadcast booth, decided to let's stay on this. All the chatter we are not hearing on this public channel, Gary, all things indicate that we are working to solve a possible communications challenge in this moment. So we're going to continue to stand by.
For those following along,
MD Prime on IM1.
Go for Prime.
Yeah, I guess you polled the room looking for states, and we're going to go ahead and cycle the ground transmitter on Goonhilly and do some RF sweeps. Is that your plan?
That's correct.
Goonhilly in Cornwall. That's where I
Roger,
live.
copy.
And that's just what we had in mind in our notes, Gary, is that if we encounter a communications challenge, we mentioned how difficult it is to land on the moon and continually have those communications. What you just heard there is folks talking about using the Goonhilly Earth Station Limited dish in the UK to
In
do
Cornwall.
a sweep looking for that
By
signal.
my house.
We mentioned that autonomous process of the lander reassigning itself somewhere that it believes is safe. Going into it, we heard that the HRN camera was functioning and able to make those decisions after what was a 2-hour orbit of problem solving with Intuitive Machines' TRN and HRN cameras, the laser rangefinders assigned to those. Those are the ones that Intuitive Machines installed inside the navigation
dropping.
pods. The laser rangefinders were not activated.
Come on.
We went to NASA and asked to use 2 of the laser beams on the navigation Doppler LiDAR.
That's right.
And spent 2 hours in orbit.
Team, we're going to confirm our pointing vector with our antenna for post-landing.
Yep. We spent about 2 hours in orbit to solve that problem. We got good readings on the way down. And right now, we are working to confirm communications on the surface of the moon, roughly around the Malapert A region. That is the South Pole region of the moon.
That's right. What we do know is the power descent initiation. We were following along in the status calls. We executed a pitch-over maneuver, and we're counting down the clock to a landing time of 5:23 p.m. Central Time. Well, Josh described those processes of working on the communications component to confirm data from the lander, pulsing the teams surrounding him to check the status of Nova C and the data that they were receiving here in Nova Control to confirm landing. And part of that, Josh, as you described, is communications. We're standing by.
Fido MD on IM1.
QMD.
I'm looking at our phase plane there for the last part of the flight. Looks like we had excellent pitch and yaw control throughout, but I did see a little bit of a roll excursion. Could it be that we landed off angle and roll in the final phase?
So I do see we had up to an 8-degree excursion. We're about to begin the roll maneuver, which is about
terminal phase.
The terminal phase, which is a large roll maneuver to get to landing attitude. That's the last data point I have. But up until that point, we were really solid.
Right, so terminal phase begins at 30 meters? Or post-HDA?
Post-HDA.
Post-HDA.
400 meters.
Very good.
And that's a great conversation confirming.
That's good ground network, good for box scan. Make that go.
Yeah, that was good confirmation of the process that we were very familiar with, talking about the attitude
Stock
of the
is now
lander, making sure that
720.
those
It's not looking
antennas
good.
are within direct line of sight with Earth stations, ground stations on Earth, excuse me.
If you've held the position in
Mission
your
director, all
stop
stations are
and,
also
and
updating our
it's
pointing vector
landed,
with our
you're going
dishes
to
make
regret
sure that
selling.
they're tuned in on our final landing site.
There's a caller searching for that communications back to the ground station. This one particularly is in the UK that's tracking us. And it's important to note, Gary, that we have an entire network dedicated to working these communications problems. It's been active this entire mission. And the largest, most powerful dish out of all of them, it's about a 64-meter dish in Australia. That time to search with that opportunity with the largest, most powerful dish, we're looking at about 12 to 13 hours after our estimated touchdown. So this is a process that we could be looking and searching for the lander's signal for confirmation for quite some time, but we're going to continue to listen in and stand by as our flight controllers are working with the ground station in the United Kingdom to work this issue, work this problem. It's another challenge, very similarly to the challenge solved just to make it this far.
Science of life, we have a return signal we're tracking.
Oh, it's going up again. What was that? Signs of life. Come on. Have we landed? Tap the like button, guys, if you believe it's landed. Tap the down like if you think it hasn't.
We have an onboard fault detection system for our communications that after 15 minutes with lack of communication will power cycle the radios, and then after that for another 15 minutes it will then switch antenna pairs. So we have some time here to evaluate. We do have signal that we're tracking, so we'll see what happens.
There's a great call out about the autonomous systems installed on our Nova C-class lunar lander named Odysseus. The process he's mentioning, Gary, is very similar to the one that we were preparing ourselves for at AOS, to where the lander has systems in place to recycle its antennas, to switch antenna pairs, and that was very similar to what we thought we were going to need to do after acquisition of signal. When we separated from the second stage of the launch vehicle, if we made it to a certain point, the lander was autonomously programmed to start taking matters into its own hands, and that was the information that our mission director, Dr.
We're not dead yet.
We're also not dead yet.
That's good. 863. Virgin Galactic
the key here,
is down.
Josh, is patience. It's 5:34 p.m. Mission Director Tim Crain confirming that it could take 2 phases of 15-minute increments to confirm the status of the landing. So we could be here, and we'll stand by and monitor as Nova Controls continues to work this issue.
Yeah, tense moments inside of mission control with the most qualified folks.
We're picking up a signal from our high-gain antenna and transmitter. It's faint, but it's there. So stand by, folks. We'll see what's happening here.
All right, we're going to continue to stand by. Let's keep this camera on inside of Nova Control. It sounds like we are getting some kind of faint signal.
I want to send a series of commands to reactivate, make sure we're transmitting to keep the Quasonics active.
We're still standing by. The last call from Mission Director Dr. Tim Crain was that we were getting a faint signal from Odysseus's high-gain antenna.
Very tense
All stations, this is Mission Director on IM-1. We're evaluating how we can refine that signal and dial in the pointing for our dishes. What we can confirm, without a doubt, is our equipment is on the surface of the moon, and we are transmitting. So, congratulations, IM team. We'll see how much more we can get from that.
It's very muted, isn't it?
An excellent call from our Mission Director, Dr. Tim Crain.
IM-1.
And over to our
Prime.
CEO, Steve Altemus.
Yeah, if I could just pass on a few words to the entire team in
Stock's
Intuitive
going up.
Machines at Superbad.
Stock's moving.
Here in the Mission Control. What an outstanding effort. I know this was a nail biter, but we are on the surface, and we are transmitting. And welcome to the moon.
We did it.
Houston.
Stock's flying. Stock's going up. 936.
An excellent call, and this is our team of Intuitive Machines mechanics and their families, their friends, everyone who has sacrificed so much.
Confirmation we are on the surface of the moon. 9:20 now. Congratulations everybody who held their nerve and kept in the stock. 975. It's going up. 980. Oh, congratulations.
How about that call, Gary? That was something else, a faint signal. Now it's time to work on refining that signal. But Dr. Tim Crain, our mission director today, making the call. Odysseus has a new home.
It shows the disciplines of the flight controllers in Nova Control. They waited until there was absolute confirmation that there was
fantastic.
A signal, and then that was when they took the moment to celebrate. We saw that it wasn't just the individuals in Nova Control that contributed to the mission. The contributions to enable the success of Nova.
So we're going to celebrate in a moment. Stick with me. Special celebration.
Folks watching there, but really it extends even farther than this. A wonderful and truly amazing moment to celebrate. The U.S. has landed on the moon once again.
And to everyone, you mentioned it goes beyond just the folks that we saw on camera waiting and working through those tense moments, but their friends, their families, and everything it took to get to this point. We're still expecting an image. We expect that to come down sometime in the future, especially as we look towards some high-resolution images. Let's go ahead and it sounds like we do have a message we'd like to cut to. Can we have that message special for our folks, our employees, and folks watching at home?
Hey, that's right. With Nova C landing at Malapert A, congratulations, like you said, Josh, are flooding into the teams that made this happen. Really sets a tone for the American leadership and the future of a strong lunar economy.
Absolutely great.
So here's NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
On the 8th day of a 250,000-mile voyage, a voyage along the Great Cosmic Bridge from the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center to the target of the south pole of the moon, a commercial lander named Odysseus, powered by a company called Intuitive Machines, launched upon a SpaceX rocket carrying a bounty of NASA scientific instruments and bearing the dream of a new adventure in science, innovation, and American leadership in space. Well, all of that aced the landing of a lifetime. Today, for the first time in more than a half century, the U.S. has returned to the moon. Today, for the first time in the history of humanity, a commercial company, an American company, launched and led the voyage up there. And today is a day that shows the power and promise of NASA's commercial partnerships. Congratulations to everyone involved in this great and daring quest at Intuitive Machines, SpaceX, and right here at NASA. What a triumph! Odysseus has taken the moon. This feat is a giant leap forward for all of humanity. Stay tuned.
Absolutely fantastic.
All right, thank you, Administrator Nelson. Again,
Now then.
Nova C in the United States has landed on the moon at 5:23 p.m. Central Time today, February 22nd, 2024. Congratulations to Intuitive Machines on the successful landing. Science and data gathering is already underway and will continue for roughly 7 days on the lunar surface, activating payloads and gathering important scientific data to help ensure future successes in Artemis missions. For more about NASA's CLIPS initiative, visit nasa.gov/CLIPS.
We got a special event coming up.
Been quite a journey for all of us at Intuitive Machines. Thanks to NASA for the continued support to enable today's successful landing, and of course, everyone at Intuitive Machines, their friends and family who made all of this possible. That will wrap up our coverage of Intuitive Machines' IM-1 mission. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely fantastic. Great result. Okay. What we're going to do now, we ran a poll earlier on in the show and said, do you want to celebrate? And you said yes. 72% of you said yes. So let me share with you what we're going to do. First of all, we asked you, would it land? Would we have a successful flight? It was touch and go there for a moment. It really was a kind of a very sort of like muted celebration. It was like, well, did we do it? Well, yes, we did. So there we go. Will the mission be a success? 96% voted yes. The stock price is up. It's not really flying. It's already flown. But let's see what comes in the coming days. But we ran a poll. I'll end the poll right now and said, for those of you who don't know, I was awarded the title of World Piano Man. After the landing and we're all done, would you like to hear and play and sing Rocket Man tribute to Lunar? And 73% of you said yes, 180 votes. So thank you very, very much for that. So here we go. As promised, we're now going to celebrate Lunar. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make a video. We're going to make a video for Lunar. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can do this, how we can promote the stock and help other people learn about the success of the company, as we do rank #1 on YouTube for the search term LUNR stock. And I showed you that earlier. So what we're going to do is we're going to give everyone here the chance to get involved in a special moment. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to turn the camera around. And this is what we're going to do. All right. So let me just come back to here and bring this up here a minute. Just bear with me a second. Right. There you go. This is what we're going to do. So you can all be part of this moment. All right. Let me turn the lights out. Change the lights round. Okay. I'm at the back of the room at the moment. What I want you to do is send positive messages in the chat down here. Okay. Now, what you do is this. Let me share with you on the screen. Here is the video you are watching right now, whether you're on mobile or whether you are on whatever device you're on. Let me put the light back on again for a second. Underneath the video is a what's called a clip. Can you see here? You can clip this and share this on social media and tag it in so Lunar know about it. We want the whole world to know about this right now and get really excited because we want the stock price to go up, okay? And remember, I'm not in the stock. I'm not here to promote or pump the stock. I just want the best for all of you, okay? You clip this and then you title it, Success, America Lands on the Moon, whatever you like. And then you can move this along wherever you want to clip it, all right? And obviously you want to clip it to where we are now. So you'll clip it to the end, where we are now, like that. You see how that works? Okay, you can put the time in. You can make it bigger or smaller. You can name it. and then you can share that clip out on social media, and it's a way to promote this event. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn the camera around right now. We're going to turn this round. Are you ready? Let me set all the lights. And we're going to do a special tribute for LUNR, Rocket Man, Sir Elton John, and I want everyone to share this video out, all right? So this could do really, really well, okay? So let me turn the camera around. There it is. Now there's all the comments. So put all congratulations, great news to LUNR, all that stuff down there. And all the team at LUNR will see all of this, and it'll be a very, very special moment, okay? So let me take this off the screen. We don't need the ticker there. There we go. Let's leave it like that, all right? So here we go. Special moment now. Everybody share, like, and make sure that you all do the clip. Let me get ready. Here we go. Okay, here we go. The room's full of smoke. We're ready to rock and roll. Just take me a second to sort this. Okay, here we go. Fantastic. Ready to rock and roll? All right. Now then, you can see I'm wearing a special hat here because it's England and America, because this is America tonight. This is the America in the Lucas, and this is the M because Goonhilly Earth Station was involved in the success of the flight tonight. So we also want to bring Goonhilly. So this is England and America tonight, celebrating this very, very special event. So everybody, I want you to put all great messages in here and then clip it and share it, okay? So here we go. We're going to do Rocket Man. That's what you suggested would be a good idea. So here we go. Let's do it. Let's get straight into it. I'm wearing a special hat here. Hang on a minute. Let me bring up the audio. And you can clip this, and we'll turn this into a video all by itself. You ready? Okay. Was involved in the success of the flight tonight. Let me get rid of that. Okay, here we go. Here is Rocket Man. Everybody? All right, congratulations. Fantastic. She packed my bags last night pre-flight. 0 hour, 9 a.m. Gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the earth so much, I miss my wife. It's lonely in the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. There's no one there to raise them if you did. Hit the share button. Intuitive Machines landed on the moon. So they did a great job. This is for you guys. congratulate people, you need to do it in a big way. So, doesn't get much bigger than this. This is it from me. Good night, God bless. See you back tomorrow morning for the opening bell. But congratulations, Intuitive Machines. You can't celebrate bigger than this. Nessendoma, Nessendoma, più principessa nella stanza, Nessendoma. Go on, light it up with super chats. Go on. Mil mistroi vi coso in me. Il mio ne som saprà. No, no, ce la baccheca quanto splenderà, quando splenderà l'alba vincerò.
LUNR, somehow you play two of my favorite songs.
Il mio bacio e celore silenzio che ti von mia. See you all back in the morning, folks. My name is Martyn Lucas. I'm trying to be the best, most honest, most live YouTube channel in the world. I love you all. See you back tomorrow. I'm glad you all made some money, and congratulations to Intuitive. Dangam rom nante tremantote di stella, tremantote di stella, l'alba vincerò, vincerò, vincerò. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. That's it from me. Congratulations, we landed on the moon. Don't forget to share this out with Intuitive Machines. That's it from me. Good night, God bless. See you next time on the surface of the moon.